Hi, everybody. You would not believe what we're going into this game with, y'all. It will be a time and a half. Um, but hey, everybody. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. I am here tonight to share some joy with you all, some fun, some chaos because it's Sunday night. Um, and so I think we should go around for the people who are here and then let you all introduce yourselves and then we can yeah, see what happens in 1978 because that's going to be a thing. So why don't we start with Lindy. Hey.
Hi, me,
Mhm.
Laugh Love Lindy. I will be playing Opal Ardeline tonight, who is just a normal gal, living a normal gal's life.
Mhm.
Has a daughter, she cute, you know, and that's about it. Just totally normal, super normal.
And I believe your daughter is like 8 years
She'll
old.
be 10 now.
10. 10.
Yep,
Um,
because was 4 in 1972, so uh does that math work out? 6 plus 4? Yeah, 10.
mhm.
10. 10 years old.
Well, that works, and we'll find out what else is going on in a little bit. But next up, hey PB, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. I'm excited to be here and for all the things that are going to go down tonight. I am playing Roe Walters of the Walters family and occasionally maybe Linda, I don't know. I have a whole family. I have a son who's 19 now and a father-in-law who's an age and any of them could crop up at any moment. They're living their own lives whether we see it or not.
Exactly, they're just having all the fun and enjoying themselves. It will be very interesting. Um, and I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Uh, and last but never ever least, hey Pope, how are you?
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope Roll Build on all the social medias, playing the Gwillem family. Use he, him pronouns for those characters and myself, with the exception of a lot of other members of the family. But yes, th- we are belligerent, we are numerous, and we are ready for 1978 and all the terrors that are in store.
Are you ready?
We
Uh,
have a 10-year-old cute problem, and then we have a 19-year-old concubus. Nothing's going to go wrong today. Nothing.
I'm sure everything will be awesome. And to answer Cullen's question, no, Trooper did not drop that bomb last week and run. He will be here sometime. Hopefully. And we'll see him when he gets here. But until then, it is 1978. Jimmy Carter is president. The music is really quite a thing. The Bee Gees, Donna Summer.
There are two albums that are dominating the charts, and that is the cast recording album for Grease and Saturday Night Fever.
Yep. Also, you know, Donna Summer, Johnny Mathis, the Commodores, again, the Bee Gees. But we left off last week with some true drama building. The House of Representative Susie Masters Smith, widow to the late Michael Smith, and daughter of, well, someone she likes to deny the existence of, took on the federal government and passed legislation that has made otherness complicated. It's not popular legislation, and in fact has been challenged, and is currently working its way through the various courts on challenged grounds. But it has not yet been overturned. It's limited certain occupations, and particularly voting rights for the undead. Stricter immigration policies have been tied to it. Large complications that have caused that. Former Representative Smith has then parlayed an unfortunate incident on the steps of her church into a successful run for the governor, as in she literally just passed the election day. In 1978 was an election term in Georgia for governor, and she won. The first woman governor in the state of Georgia. However, Georgia still at this time has separate elections for the lieutenant governor and the governor, so the Democrats won the seat for the lieutenant governor. I'm sure everything will be special. On the international stage, there are some tensions rising. Lady Mao has disappeared from public view. Rumors are that she is dead, that she's disappeared, that she's gone back beyond the possessed someone else. But Chairman Chiang Kai-shek has solidified control for the Democratic Party and is leading a cultural revolution in China that seems to have succeeded, and stability has taken hold. There is, however, some instability in some Central American countries, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Well, not Costa Rica, El Salvador. Um, two coups back to back. And then a stabilization as apparently a positive, at least from certain point of people's point of view, government came into power, supported by both, interestingly enough, the Catholic Church and the local other population. Liberation theology is alive and well. But it is the first week of December in 1978. Susie Master Smith is the governor-elect of the state of Georgia. And there has been some turnover in Carousel Court here in Savannah. You know, of course, that the Grimes have moved out. Isabella Hall has moved into her brother's house. Her brother and, well, what was her parents, and then her brother's house, and her brother and his wife have moved out of town into a larger property in the country. The Eldridges, Kit is not currently living in the house. No one currently is, although apparently a number of cousins come by and take care of the house, but no one is currently living in it. Last year there was a funeral for Ranbir Jadeja, Gayatra. Oh, and that's the other thing, Lindy. Susie bin Kirsenfolk.
That checks out too.
So, but Gayatri Jadeja has remained in the house, and has been working, I believe, with, correct me if I'm wrong, PB, Linda and a couple other people, attempted to get the votes out for the person who ended up winning as the Democrat for the lieutenant governor against Susie Master Smith, but unfortunately did not end up succeeding in the long term. So, you know, that's a thing that happened. And I can pull up all my drive stuff. So it is the 1st of December, 1978. It was a Friday. And Jimmy Carter is president. The number one song on the charts is Barbra Streisand and Neil Diamond's "You Don't Bring Me Flowers," because of course, you know. And Rod Stewart is number one in the UK. So, what would you like?
So, Opal,
Yes.
what's playing on the office radio?
That's a good question. I didn't look up anything for this year, so whatever the boss picks right now, I guess.
I think we're between things that the radio is actually on as opposed to one of the many records. So let's go with "Whenever I Call You Friend." Kenny Loggins and Stevie Nicks is on the radio.
Sounds good. Stevie Nicks is cool. We like Stevie Nicks.
there has been a great deal of grumbling this day.
Oh.
Is there really?
Yes. Mikey's in a mood. Has been for a while, but he's been making a ton of phone calls after the election results came in. And is trying his best to find out who within the state government is with the governor elect and who is against her.
Oh, that's right.
And it has been a flurry of phone calls. The chalkboard has made a number of screeching sounds throughout the day. It has been unpleasant.
It's fine. I imagine that Opal is just doing her damnedest then to just make sure that everything goes smoothly as it can for Mikey. Answering the phone, filing away the paperwork, maybe rescheduling a couple of appointments. Because I don't think an appointment would go over well right now.
Side note, Zell Miller is the lieutenant governor of Georgia this time.
Yeah.
Very popular Democrat. Will also become very popular in the state of Georgia because he creates the Zell Miller grant system, which is how funds a large percentage of underrepresented students to go to state college basically for free in the state of Georgia. And then that same percentage, fun fact, if you have that percentage of money, you could use that same percentage of money if you're a Georgia applying in state to Georgia, you can take that money that would have been your Zell grant as a use that same percentage on your private university to as a grant as well. So the private universities take the same amount of money. So the radio is playing. A lot of upset things are happening. I feel like I need a roll from Mikey if Mikey is attempting to network against a particular individual.
That is the eventual goal. The current goal is just trying to get a feel for the field.
Okay. Slightly different role, but still a role.
Yeah.
And,
Streetwise check?
Yes.
I like streetwise. Or would you like cunning? Persuasion?
You could give me. You could give me cunning streetwise or persuasion streetwise.
We'll go with persuasion then.
I think that is appropriate. A 26.
26.
Nice.
And only 1 6 in there. That's actually really kind of surprising. Hello, Trooper. Let me take a minute and do some shifting around of people and things. As we do this live. So with a 26, Mikey can find a number of people. Zell Miller is not a fan of Susie Master Smith. Um, Zell Miller being the new lieutenant governor. Um, he is a very progressive individual. No confirmed bias or no confirmed actions as an other himself, but a lot of actions and pro what's the word I'm looking for? Pro underrepresented demographics on a variety of topics. Both racially, spatially, and for gender politics. And because of that, we see, as I'm doing this live, that Zell Miller and a lot of the Democrats who are becoming very vocal in the government are really not a big fan of hers. For a variety of reasons. There has been a strong dialogue of distrust, but you know, Zell Miller is also still a very prevalent political force and knows how to play the game. So Mikey might find this stuff out, but it's not going to be necessarily public knowledge, or indeed, shall we say, public discourse. Zell is very good at doing what's necessary to play the political game in public.
Again, politics is the art of the possible. It is nothing else but that.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to play politics, one needs to have a better feel for the board than most. And since Mikey's casual attempts have caused unforeseen consequences, it is now his family given duty to fix this.
I mean, that's fair. That's a valid thing to happen. But yes, with that 26, you are at a point in the persuasion. You can make a note that you can have 2 bonus dice when you finally do go to persuade the Democratic Party of the state of Georgia to act against Susie Master Smith. Also, Zell Miller is a very close associate. I don't know that friend's the right word, but associate of the new president of the United States, Mr. Jimmy Carter. And who very popular little peanut farmer from the state of Georgia. But it is the 1st of December 1978, Trooper, and Susie Master Smith is governor-elect.
You almost said president. I'd have taken it.
No. Governor-elect. But what's going on this Sunday in the well, we know what's going on at the lawyer's office. And we know, you know, Mikey's going out of his way to try and manipulate things and find some. Oh, sorry. Before we go any further, we should make some house fortune rolls.
Yes, now that we are here, he is time.
Now that everybody is here, you can make your house fortune roll. And you can tell me if you have any projects currently going on.
We haven't rolled for projects for this arc yet, I don't think.
We have twice.
We did it. I know we did it at the very beginning because that's how Persephone got here at 72. I wasn't here last week.
And we did so in session 3.
Which was 72.
Yeah. So we just haven't for last time or this time, I don't think.
Yeah, because we I said we would do house fortune rolls and project rolls twice for this week because Lindy wasn't here last week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I missed that.
What number is this?
So, we'll do some housekeeping before we dive into the joy that is 1978. So, I guess the question is, let's start with Pope. Do you have a project for this? For the 70s?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, pray tell what?
It's not the project I wanted. That would have been small in scope and would have been lovely. No.
You're welcome.
Couldn't have that. No. Instead, what the project is the bubbling anti-other sentiment and the organizations that support it to be put on the FBI's terror watch list.
There is no terror watch list yet.
We're gonna make one.
Make it early.
That's a separate step in this project because you don't have a terror watch list, so you need to convince people that there's a terror watch list that they need to put together.
Yes. And then we're going to put the right people on it.
Well, my legislation is already sort of making others quasi-terrorists, so I'm sure the right people will get on that list. You know, other separatists, violent criminals.
The KKK, the anti-other organizations, PETA.
Look, PETA is also not yet a problem, unfortunately.
But they are a terrorist organization. Anywho, yeah, that's the project.
To use the FBI to counter the anti-other hate groups that are going forward. Yes. Your legislation did get passed, Trooper. And as I said at the beginning of this, there are currently challenges to it going through the courts. The ACLU is very active in this. But it has meant that currently undead are not able to vote in any national election. And certain others are not allowed to run for certain public offices, or to limitations on jobs based on job
If
descriptions.
you're alive.
No, actually, job descriptions.
Look, half the Ardlings have a very weak pulse.
But they have one.
So they can be misidentified, which is just a further wrinkle in this terrible and poorly written legislation.
Okay, so if you want to try and use the FBI as hate groups, you can use the FBI as hate groups, but there is not a terror watch list yet. There is, however,
we are going to change this. We are going to make this happen. It is going to be early. Yes, I know it is going to be a decade early, but you know.
So what did we roll?
Well, it's the Grillum, so it's a 67 and then a 66.
Yeah, so you're fine. So you get
Everybody got a boon.
Yeah.
I think we're at that point where everyone will always get a boon.
Unless there's a massive destruction of your house.
Yes. I can still get a non-boon because I'm not yet at plus 42 to my roll. 40. If you get a plus 40 to your roll, then you will always be getting a boon in that roll. And I'm not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Not there yet.
So in your current status then, I would say that this is a five-step project.
Certainly.
So make your roll.
So that's 6 plus 6. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, the 2D. Everyone who has a boon is a 2d6 plus 6.
So we get to roll that.
And we get to roll twice, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Twice.
Right. So first one's an 11. So 11 twice.
Yeah, so 11 twice is 22, which is 3 steps on your, with 4 left over.
I will note that.
PB,
Hello.
what you doing?
I am finishing hopefully, my previous project, which was restoring the Musgrove land. And I'm gonna roll 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
If my fingers will start working, plus 6.
So that is 2 successes plus 3.
All right, and I had 2 successes plus 2 before.
So that's 4 and 5, and you had 4 successes total. And you needed 5 successes.
I needed 2 more.
You needed 2 more.
Yeah.
And then you have one more. You have another roll for 1978.
Oh.
If you choose to, so you needed 4 successes to restore the land. It isn't.
Yeah.
And so you had achieved that. So the second roll is a different project if you wish to have a different project.
Oh, right. Yes. All right. Well, where does that leave me with the Musgrove land?
You have to restore the land. You've cleaned up things enough that you've taken away the broken territory, broken circle. Let's use that because there was a couple stone structures that were there. And you've removed what ended up being some that negative energy that was there, right? For lack of a better term. And brought it back to its natural neutral state. And at this point, you know that there are two paths you could take. A dedicated magic user, it is now a neutral well of magic. A dedicated magic user can spend time and various rituals, and not a lot of time, but some time, rededicating it into a casting ritual space, which would take any use of the ley lines that are going through this space, and the magical energies of the air or water, all of this around, and refocusing it into into usable magics, which would give a massive boon to anyone who chooses to cast in this particular area. Or with the right, because it is currently in a neutral state, with the right sacrifices, you could take it to a more dark place.
You're like, this is the dark urge and this is the good path. Which one will you choose?
I'm just saying that, if one were to consider your options, a fine gentleman named Raphael might be willing to help you.
Yeah. Okay.
But at this point, the magic is neutral and not corrupted. And what was there before was a working that had gone wrong and shattered the magic into a point that it was now corrupting itself, right? Like it was negative feedback. Versus this is now a neutral point that could be taken to serve either side.
Okay. And because this would be a like a magically strong area,
Yes.
would someone still be able to put up protections around the area?
Yes. As part of creating it as a ritual space for either good or ill. You putting wards up around this particular space would be seen as acceptable and normal, right? Like it'd be like putting down a salt circle before you cast anything.
Okay. Cool. Then I am going to continue to work on this land. And sorry for my Dark Urge fans out there, for good. I'm gonna be working on, or I'm going to find, I'm gonna attempt to find people to, or someone, I guess, I don't know how many people need to be here to do all the things, a magic construction crew, to create this to be, like you said, just like, I feel like what Peter wanted in this space was for it to be brought back to what it once was. And if what it once was a place to be able to commune with the magics of the area, of the land, and be able to use that for good and benefiting people, then that is what I'm going to strive towards doing, along with making sure that people who do not have those intentions at heart will not be able to enter the space, with a very directed ward towards to certain people, maybe 3, I don't know, but definitely 2 people.
So because although Lynn is not with us right now, because the Kwan family was working with you, specifically Youngja was working with you on this, I would like a roll from you for a persuasion, either convince or bargain, And you've got
Okay.
2 steps of success on this. And this roll for persuasion is going to be about finding the right people to do this dedication for you, right?
I'm
And
just saying if convinces any of these things. It's not. Please go ahead, sorry.
okay, you know, you need to find the right guy, right? You gotta have the right guy. You gotta know a guy to get a guy, right?
Yeah, I gotta know a guy. And I have chat covering up stream. Do I have any bonus dice as of this second?
You have no, actually, chat unfortunately has not given you any bonus dice. But everyone else has one.
All right, that's fine, chat. I see how it is. Oh, I'm kidding. All right. A 22. Oh, well, that's Linda. It's same thing. We have the same persuasion.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. In this instance, it's whoever would be doing the actions, right? You would be working together as a house to run this action. So what I would say then is that this is, you can achieve you don't need to make a project roll to get the people out there to do this. Now it's just it would be I'm gonna say it's a 3-step project to finish both the wards, the targeted wards, and the dedication of the space.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes. Makes total sense.
So you didn't, because with this roll, you didn't have to roll to convince people. Now you've just, and you've got, with that 16, 2 out of those 3 successes. So. But
right.
until you have
many...
all 3 successes, the space is not warded, and therefore is still open.
How many points is it per success?
6.
6? Oh.
I mean, you have because you had some to carry over.
Yes, I had 2 points to carry over, and then this last one I had 3 to carry over, right?
4, 16.
4? Oh, 16? Then that's
So that is 3 successes.
That's 3 successes right there.
So you do achieve your warding of this space. I, the GM, need to know specifically who it's warded against.
It is warded against. Unfortunately, for in the moment when I like give the people's names to the person putting up the words, I take a second to like look out over the area and just be like, man, it's not what Peter wanted, but it's what we're gonna get. And I give the names, the real names of Susie and the other twin whose name I totally remember at this very second in time.
Sally.
Susie and Sally.
Susie
Or Cynic and Sinalki.
Yeah.
That's their actual names.
Because I assume, I'll ask the magic people which name is going to be the one that will stop them, but I'll give them both.
They both have different forms of potency.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give them both and be like, the one that will keep them out. I'm no magic person, not really, but I trust you to know.
So, one of the people who will help you with this, because she's kind of pissed, would be Gayatri Jadija. Due to the unfortunate passing of her husband.
Well, he didn't. I don't know if he died. He was just outcast. I didn't put a murder. I put an outcast on him.
I know you put an outcast on him. He died.
Oh well. How did he die?
There was a robbery and he attempted to intervene, and unfortunately he's an outcast.
Oh,
so
well.
He ended up getting shot. Yes, I don't think we'll see what happens. So Gayatri Jadija will assist you in this. Will be one of the people, Youngja Kwan, and like every good coven, you need a third, and that third is Margaret McLeod.
Is this the official tweet update for the McLeod family?
No.
Okay.
Just the general comment about who are the people who would be willing, who you talk to regularly, who Linda talks to regularly, who could do this work for you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right. Everything else?
No. I used up all my successes on making sure that this land is exactly, maybe not exactly what Peter imagined, but as close as I could possibly get for him.
Opal.
Yes.
What are the Ardalines doing in, right now?
Their project, well, Persephone seems happy and healthy for now, and so we've been able to focus on things for the past 2 cycles. Establishing a foothold behind the Iron Fog.
Okay. And I'll give you a +1 to this because you've already previously worked on establishing communication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marcus and Marina probably would have been sent over in person to look into some things.
Okay.
And, get some property, set some stuff up. So 2d6 plus 6.
2d6 plus, and then a +1 at the end.
Oh, okay, so 14.
Okay, so 14, that works. Because I said
and then a 16, 14 and 16, so 30 total.
So, and that's 5 successes. So
Yes.
you have established yourself behind the Iron Fog through a little used port actually on the Black Sea.
Mm-hmm.
And near Crimea, but a little bit further south.
It's really convenient to have Damp here because they can be the passenger and then the vampire can be the cargo. It's just convenient.
Convenient. So convenient.
Yeah.
And I will come back to you about some things you find out when Marina and Marcus come back from beyond the Iron Fog. But at this point, you now have trade established with
Yes, one of them may even stay behind, depending on things.
Either one would be fully accepted and welcomed.
Marcus would stay because he's the full-fledged vampire, so he'd have probably a bit more respect over there. And with the anti-other legislation coming in, Marina would have an easier time going back and forth.
Premier Alexandrova
She's only a Dampier.
Yeah, Premier Alexandrova is we'll come back to that, but at this point, yes, you have established a trade route. You can add that to your house fortune, not as a role, but just as a note that you as one of the things of your as your trade. You have an established trade route.
I will add it to my trade route things.
Yep. Cool. And you may also, I'm going to tell you because you've established this as a trade route, you may also use this as a point of furthering communication or getting further data. You have a bonus die if you wish to roll for information about what's going on.
Okay.
Trooper. Or is there anything else you wanted to do, Opal? Sorry.
No, that was my 5. I got 5 successes. That's what they would have been doing for the past 75 and 78 is just establishing a foothold there. Get the foothold back in the old country. I have 2 points. 2 points are better than 1 in these trying times.
Trooper.
Yes. What has been happening over with the Masters ever since the dramatic assassination attempt that she bravely made her way through? Well, in the time that the Susie has been head of the house after her father tragically died, who was a wastrel and a communist and not at all patriotic. So since that was done, they have done quite well for themselves. They have increased their wealth quite a lot because under their dad, Peter, they were always just on the edge of poverty, but now they're rich. So that's very nice. And that feels much better. They have become a voting member of the HOA, which is great. Their house looks much better. Their influence, they have a lot more influence than they used to have. Um, their reputation is, of course, much better than it was as well. Just generally speaking, they're doing much better than they have been in the past. Obviously, um, those are all lovely, true statements. But as for projects, well, you see, the thing is that we had this whole vampires for Nixon, and we all know from stories and whatnot that they have the ability to influence people's minds. And this is one of those things we're going to be happening, I think, some competing FBI excitements. The FBI has had task forces in the past to look into subversives and dangerous groups, COINTELPRO, which is no longer present, but the FBI likes to look into entities and beings and things that might be bad for the country. And so, what my project would be is to set up an anti-other task force in the FBI that will be investigating the sort of influences that the others might have, but also trying to find some kind of means to protect people from various sort of supernatural mind control or whatnot, that sort of thing. So I wanted to put together an FBI task force to protect our country from insidious other threats.
Okay.
How many steps will this be?
The same level as the Gwillem family's number 5.
Thank you.
Or
All right. That'll be 2d6 plus 6, and I'll do that twice. 13, and then 14. So that's 27, and I have 1 left over from before, so that's 28, which should be 4.
that's 4 successes with 4 left over.
Mm-hmm.
So things are moving in a, well, the FBI kind of way. Bureaucratic
Indeed.
push for anti-other legislation. It's getting tense, everyone. It is December. And I need to make 3 rolls at this moment. Because things are also happening.
They involve the HOA, PTA, and country club.
Oh, I had a question. Since it's been 3 years, does that mean that we get the destiny points that we spent back?
Yes, I'll say, because of the way we've been running this game.
Not the ones we burnt.
Not anything you've burnt, but if anything you've spent, yes. Because of the way we've been playing this game, yeah. That just makes sense to me. And 1 more. Good. Thank you. I just needed to make some rolls. It is now the 1st of December of 1978. What would you all like to do?
Well, somebody tried to murder me a few years back, and things are very difficult. It's very difficult being one of the few people who are patriots trying to do a good thing for our country, especially considering how many others there are in the neighborhood. So, as I am wont to do, I'm going to go and do a divination yet again to see who is arrayed against me. This is a thing I imagine she does not infrequently because people tried to murder her. So she's going to be doing, I'm going to go pull up my page so I can get the math on that one. But she's going to be doing her divination to find out those who are arrayed against her because they are enemies. They are enemies sometimes. Go and just spend some time working on that.
Okay. Hebe, you look like you've got something you want to do.
Yeah, at home, it is, it is kind of like family meeting time, kinda. It's just kind of like they're all hanging out in the living room, which update for the house. I know I left you guys hanging for about a season and a half as to what's happening with the house.
Oh, whew.
But the main house is looking real nice, within means. Nowadays, points have had to go elsewhere. But we have been working on it, and nice fresh paint, and the inside's where it really shines. Outside still, needs to be updated. It's one of those things where just like the times are going by so fast, it's hard to decide on like what kind of design style they want to go with the facade of the house. So because they can never agree, it's the thing they never really work with. But the inside of the house looks real nice furniture from all over the place. They're big into antiquing because they're out of town so often, and they have to bring back something every once in a while to make sure that people know that's what they're doing. So they're inside their like nice little living room hanging out. And if I were to remember the name of my father-in-law instead of just referring to him, Umberto, that's what his name is. My father-in-law Umberto is like in the lazy chair, just like leaning back, watching everything go down, and Linda is on the couch next to Ro is a little bit relaxed in the chair or in the couch, but still attentive, while Linda is leaning forward, one hand on her knee as she is holding up her head and looking at Louise, who's sitting across from them on the love seat, and she's saying, I know that the time is coming, and you need to, maybe just start thinking about looking at people. And Louise is like, Mom, come on, I'm 19, I still have time, Mom. I don't need all of this. I don't need to worry about being with someone right now. And then as well, look, the time comes very quickly. You're 19 next year. Things are going to start changing for you, mijito. And then what? And you're just not going to be ready? I'm not going to have my son out there. Mom, it's not, I want to go to college next year. Let me, let me live, Mom. I don't need to meet anyone, Mom. Look, I have a list of names here, It's like, they're all very nice. My friends up from the north, they know a really nice guy named Agalutak, and he looks really nice. And Miss Jaja Shah has recently introduced me to the Mahavir family from out of town, and they have a young young woman named Shelly, who they say is pretty, looks very nice, and she is turning 21 next year. And Mom, I can meet people on my own. It's what people do. Yes, it is what people do, but it's not what we do. Oh, come on, Louis. I'll humor your mom, will you? I mean, we all have to meet people. We're different, you know this, and I know that, certain things haven't happened for you yet, but that doesn't mean that they're not gonna happen, son. You just gotta, your mother knows, we've all been here. Me, Linda, Umberto, we've all been there. See, mijito, you got to do this. It is time. I mean, we may live a long time, but you're not getting any younger. There's so many people out there in the world. I know, your tío down in Mexico, he knows Tenoch Valle, and he looks very nice. That's all I'm saying. And if not, your tia Maria has Lais. Lais, a very beautiful Brazilian. And come on, mijito, how are you gonna say no to that? It's like, abuelo, I, fine, fine. Two. I will give two. I will meet two people next year. Okay? I'll give you two. And then if, okay, mijito, I'll give, next year more. Next year more. If if I do not find someone on my own and you don't introduce me to someone interesting. I mean, you and mom met together in, where was it, the farmer's market? I mean, that was right. Yes, but come on. It was your grandma who set us up. It just so happens that we were there together. Fine. Two, okay? Two. I'll meet Tenoch, tell Theo I'll meet Tenoch and tell your friend I'll meet Shelly, okay? Are we happy with that? Is that okay? And Ro and Linda will look to each other, and Ro's like, come on, I mean, we're not gonna get more than this. Just give the boy time, he's only 19. I know, pero 19, come on. Ro, ¿qué vamos a hacer? It's like, it's fine. Humberto will look over at Luis and give him like that, like a real stern look for a second, like, okay, I will tell your tío, okay? And he will come by in the spring as soon as he can. He's a working man. He needs to figure out his time off. And then there's like, okay, all right, okay, mijito. We'll do. I'll talk to Mrs. Jadaja, and we'll see when we can have Shelly meet you. Okay? All right? And then if there's time, I'll go talk to Nicole also. Mom! Okay, all I am saying. And then the camera will pull out of one of the windows as they'll just keep talking and talking and talking.
I loved every minute of that. Thank you, PB, for giving us this beautiful look into the family dynamics and complexity that is the Walters at the moment. What? We'll come back to Trooper because I know he needs to make some rolls in a second. What's going on other places?
Well, Opal, after, finishing up anything she needed to do at the office, would probably go Christmas toy shopping for Persephone. It's that time of the season if it's December.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta
Good time to hit the department stores.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Dillard's and Nordstrom's.
Yep.
Macy's.
Yep. She already has like a Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, so I think it's time for a Light Bright and some Star Wars figures.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I have another very important question.
Yes, go on.
When Opal goes shopping, can I
Yes.
get a awareness notice?
Yes. I also always forget, but I get a bonus equal to my cunning as well every time I roll this because I have extra senses. I've got the keen senses.
Yes, because you are a
I
vampire.
can reroll a number of ones equal to my number of yeah. Go. Blah, 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 blah. Awareness notice. Let's go. 16. Oh, and I have a 1, so I can reroll that.
Mm-hmm.
17.
So with a 17, you are beginning to notice some of the tensions that are kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
Certain dialogues that are happening. Nothing overt, but some, you know, conversations that people are having in the store about not supporting this particular, why would you buy anything from, uh, you know, that company? I heard that they hire others and give them good jobs.
Oh, I buy him something from that company immediately.
Let's go with Hasbro just because, it makes sense to me
Oh,
that Hasbro
I
would
just-
totally be pro other.
Yeah, I'd like there's
In
like
a corporate
like
way.
a couple Star Wars figures in the cart, and then it's one of each Star Wars figure in the cart.
There's some dialogue that seems to be happening and being pushed about a couple people. There's rumors that people are being, not at Dillard's because, Dillard's is a big department store and they control their prices. You don't have computerized registers yet.
We don't, no.
But you do have like in Dillard's itself, it would be like standardized pricing and everyone would be this. But you would have heard in a couple of like the smaller stores rumors of people not being served at particular locations, rumors of the halls expanding their selection, less because of a real desire to further, become a major business. They've wanted to stay small, but because they want to continue to serve a population. And you would also notice a couple people being a little bit more rowdy about, it's a Friday, right? In December, after Thanksgiving, it's the week after.
Friday or Sunday?
It's a Friday. December 1st, 1978 is Friday. I looked. And then we found that the Barbra Streisand and Neil Diamond are number one on the American pop charts, and Rod Stewart is number one in the UK. So there are some things that are going on with like that you begin to hear about. But you also hear some, as you are out running errands and doing shopping like that.
Yeah, mostly for Persephone, but there'd be a few things picked up for the Gwillums, for James, just little things. We don't need a lot, but it's the thought that counts.
Yeah, and it's Christmas. You
Some
want to give
candles,
presents.
things that can be used.
You would hear concerns are also being risen on the international stage. There are some rising concerns it's 1978. Hi, welcome to the gas crisis. There's been but there's also been some conversation about certain people, the Sycamores being one, promoting new types of biofuels as an alternative.
Ooh.
This matches up perfectly with some of the new investments for the Gwillem family. We have diners now.
Nice.
So, with the Sycamore's help, and since we're already invested in that family,
Yes,
I
you are.
think some of the gas stations are going to have biodiesel as well as the shops for biodiesel conversion.
Which, by the way, was physically possible in the 70s, just not prevalent.
Just make note of these rumors. Think it's interesting. Maybe put a couple items back, buy a different brand. Just going, throughout Dillard's saying hello to people that, recognize. Oh, how's the kid? Oh, that's nice. Just the usual,
Could
get
you
all the Christmas gifts.
Could you roll me a status reputation?
I sure could. Status reputation. Um. Yes, there we go. Oh, 11. All threes, twos and ones.
Which is fine. 11 is still a really good roll in this game, which
Yeah.
people forget. With an 11, it's a lot of people recognize you. There's a lot of positive talk about you. There's nothing negative being said at the moment.
That's good. Because our reputation is pretty snazzy. It's 61 for the house, so.
So, Trooper, you want to make some rolls?
I just have to make. There's 3 rolls you have to make at a time.
Mhm.
So I make my first one. 11. I'm not able to prepare the area. I'm going to assume that if you don't hit step 1, you don't get to make step 2. It doesn't. I'm looking that up. So I think that I cannot do the vision.
I think you can. It just doesn't give you any of the bonuses, right?
I don't know about that. That's what I was sort of trying to look up, because there are 3 steps, and yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm going to double check, but I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, if you could double check it, because I couldn't see anything either that would say anything one way or the other. I just got the impression reading it that it, because you get a bonus if you succeed, and then for each level of success.
No, it doesn't say that.
Or am I confusing with the next step?
Maybe for the alignment, it doesn't say that you get a bonus or not. It just says do this, and then for invocation. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to double check, but I think the answer is going to be no. So we'll just I'm going to look while it is, but
Alignment is preparing the.
But I will do that while you go on with the other folks. I'll just check.
Yeah, because you can reduce the alignment difficulty by increasing the amount of time it takes to do. Success on this test prepares the area for the performance of magic within it. For each degree of success past the first, the sorcerer gains a bonus. Yeah, so each degree past the first, you gain a bonus die to use in the other tests of the ritual. Once a bonus die is used, it's gone. It's on page 88 in the book. Yes, by the way, if you don't know, we are using the magic system from Sword Chronicle from our good friends over at Green Ronin. I had this brief moment of yeah, and you can use other people if you wish to make this ritual succeed. Okay, success.
So a failure means you can keep going, but you're at a -1 die for all subsequent rolls.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it does not happen because I cannot. Minus a die is a lot considering the difficulties for the roll itself as it goes on.
Yes, it does. But I was like, you could do it. It just becomes harder. That's what I thought. But yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've established that. That's good to know. We've established our making sure we check the rules. So you are not doing that, or you attempt it and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I attempt it and I'm not able to prepare this space. I'm not able to align this space well, so I hold off, and we will sort of. I'll come back again at another time, which for us will end up being in like 3 or 5, a couple of years.
Or you keep doing it, but in this particular instance, it doesn't work. Or for the information that you need. So
yeah,
in this moment. there is, as part of Opal's hearing of rumors, you would hear, amongst those who are perhaps of the negative persuasion on those of otherness.
Just make a note of those faces as I do that, as I walk by.
It's Dillard's. It's a big old it's a big old store.
Yeah, well, it just increases the feeding pool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You would hear certain people begin to challenge. They're standing, or it's the guys, right? It's the sitting at the suffering spouse bench, right? Like those chairs right outside the dressing room for the ladies who are trying everything on, and the husband is sitting there with like 3 or 4 bags already and just sitting there chatting with his friends. They are all of a very similar. I'm going to use a very particular description, and if you are from the South, you will understand this description and it will resonate with you, and if you are not, it might not. These are gentlemen who played football in high school, and they are now in their 30s and 40s. Okay? Does that picture resonate in your mind? Gentlemen of a slightly... They're not... like, when they played football in high school, they weren't overweight, they were much more muscular, but now they do not have that level of athletic activity every day of the week. They are not doing 3-a-day practices. They are not even doing 1-a-day practices, for God's sakes. So they are not, although they still claim to be in that level of physical fitness, they are not. They have not been for 20 years, and they were never gonna be. They also, they are not big NFL fans, but they religiously follow Georgia Tech, and, because you're in Savannah, the University of South Carolina. And college football is the be all and end all. And one of these, most of these guys are wearing like collared shirts and slacks, and one gentleman is wearing like a polo shirt. Looks like he came off the golf course, but not wearing, slightly more khaki look. Exactly, their 1-a-day is their job and a daily vitamin. They've been talking and, talking about various things, and you can overhear them as you're walking by. Kind of laughing at, and it takes a second to realize that they are mocking Carousel Lafayette, and for 2 levels, accusing him of being an other. Possible, you don't know. Well, you do.
I know.
Hello, everyone. Are we actually back? Or no, we are that far behind? No. Yeah. And now... Yeah, that's because I muted us for 10 seconds. Well, we're talking. Hi, everybody. It looks like we're back. And
we have confirmation voices from Hawkeye.
Yay. So I'm going to ask the vitally important question. What was the last thing y'all heard that we were talking about?
I really hope it was Dickwad. That's what I said last.
All right. So, what was the last thing, Hawkeye? Because that you all heard us talking about. Uh, blame football. Actually, unfortunately, in this case, I can literally blame football. Anyways, all right, we'll pick up with. Yeah,
We're
so
talking a bunch of smack.
they were talking a bunch of
and-
smack about Karadec and making less than pleasant inferences about his status as both an other and his sexuality.
Yes,
His
so-
status is both his status as an other and a bachelor. That would be the
Mm.
No, they
the
called him out
subtle
on
way.
being they were not being
Yeah.
subtle. They were not being subtle at all.
So my question was the guy who was less of a dickwad, on like because they're on the bench. Is he on the end of the bench? Is he on the middle of the bench? Like, where is he in relation?
He's
to
kind of
everybody
like, you know, it's that kind of curved bench, and oh, thank you. That curved bench, and so he's like at one end, closest to the furthest from the dressing room itself and closest to the pathway that would lead away. And there's a gap in between him and the others. You get the impression with your general awareness and role that we'll go with from previously, you'll get the impression that he, he's sitting here waiting for his wife. He's not part of this.
Yes. What social status would he be? Would he be someone that has 20s in his wallet? 10s?
In 1978?
Hundreds?
Tens and fives.
He seems to be, make me an awareness empathy.
Okay, all right. Awareness, empathy. I am not as empathetic. Oh, why won't it let me click? There we go. Oh, 21. Apparently, I'm just very aware.
You are
despite my
very aware
no
today.
bonus to empathy.
You are very aware tonight. With that, I would say probably you notice that the gentleman is well dressed, but not necessarily comfortable in what he's wearing. It's like this is his Sunday best. And
Yeah,
remembering, of course, that Dillard's is the nice department store.
it is the nice department store.
So, and it's December 1st. You get the impression that this is the, go to the nice department store for Christmas shopping once a year kind of level of.
Gotcha. In that case, I am going to notice something, and just to pay off a little good karma, because good behavior deserves to be reinforced, and we have lots of money to reinforce good behavior with. So, since he's on the end of the bench, I'll be like, "Oh, excuse me, sir. It seems that this is fell out of your pocket," and there'll be some money at smaller denominations, like a 10, a couple 5s.
He looks very confused, and I'm like, kind of, are you sure? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. It might be.
Well, it was right underneath you, so I only assumed.
Oh, well, I thought I. And you can kind of see him
here.
like pulling out his wallet and like looking.
Yeah, and I'll just place it in his hands and be like, I'm sure you'll find wherever it fell out of. I must get going. It's almost dinner time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, sir. And I'm just gonna move on before he can do anything about it.
Well,
That is literally pennies in the pockets for the Arlene family. So, but if it's his Sunday best, maybe he's got kids. Christmas is coming up, a couple extra little bits here and there. He was saying nice things about some others. So, or at least not negativity about someone possibly being another. So we're gonna reinforce that. Just walk away with my light bright, my Star Wars figures, and a bunch of candles, and what not. Buy some kitchen utensils.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, hey Pope,
Mhm.
how y'all doing?
Um, doing some Christmas preparation of their own.
Yep.
As Apollo is busy, garage is open, and he is currently working on an engine swap for a 1975 Porsche 930.
Y'all bought a lift for this house?
Yeah,
They sure did.
I was like, you better have bought the
and a
damn
crane
lift.
and everything. Uh,
I was like, y'all better have bought the damn lift and an engine crane because that shit is
yeah,
side
We have a
warning.
backhoe.
Side warning: do not, no matter how much your drunk cousin tells you, try and lift an engine block out of a car with just a pulley. It will not end well.
no, you get the proper tools,
Exactly.
but the Golden family can afford the proper tools. So yeah, is doing a engine swap, putting in a 2.1 liter diesel from an Opel Record D into this Porsche, which is then going to get a supercharger and two turbos. So yeah, no, he's going to be working on this for some time. As it word on the street is some youngin is going to be going off to college soon, so he's going to need a ride.
That is true. That's the word I hear on the street.
And
And
he's going
it sure as hell ain't Persephone. She is only
and he's going to need a ride that is cheap. So
fair.
taking
Valid.
out that 3 liter um and swapping it for 2.1, but with some modifications, so it still has some pickup. Um, just not too much pickup. It'll look nice. Small car, easy to park. Um, Foreign car, so it'll get attention.
But nice to pick up dates.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
2-seater, like it's
Perfect for the drive-in movies, if you know what I mean.
it is just enough to get a college student by.
Well, that's
So
interesting.
so that is what Apollo is working on.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have a Persephone assisting you or trying to assist you. Sitting on like a little
Managing.
chair, kicking her legs. She probably knows what the tools are, so if you need her to hand you something, she'll run and grab it and hand it to you.
Oh, no. The shop foreman has been thoroughly educated in all the different tools.
Of course.
I have a vitally important question.
Yeah.
Does she have her own set of coveralls, and what color are they?
Oh, of course she has her own set of coveralls. I think they'd be like a cute little corduroy red.
I think it's Ferrari red.
Mm-hmm.
Corduroy.
And they're corduroy, so they squeak when she walks real fast. Yeah.
I love everything about this. I appreciate everything about this.
She's got a little bandana too, and like her hair's in braids. Yep.
There's a cuteness factor attached. I am very pleased.
Yes.
But also, this has been something that's been going on for quite some time. She is very familiar with a wrench. Oh,
Yep.
and a socket set. Both the Fisher Price version and the real version.
Yes. I imagine for a long time it was like the Fisher Price version right next to the adult version, working on her little toy cars. You know, the Arlene's approve of having a wide variety of skill sets, so if she takes an interest in cars, that is fine by that.
If
Next
the
step's heavy
Queen,
machinery.
yeah, well, if the Queen could drive during the war and perform maintenance then so can she.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, well, get a good, vocational education while getting a standard one is perfectly viable.
Yes, important things to learn: how to change your own oil, how, if only so you don't get scammed by somebody else doing it the wrong way.
As well as being familiar with what does go wrong on a vehicle so you don't get scammed.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's a nice, peaceful Friday evening at the moment, as things are calm. Everybody's getting home. Day in the life of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where we're going to take a break for the evening. Come back by in a few minutes, stretch, bio, do all of those good things. We'll see what happens in the rest of 1978. I'm sure nothing dramatic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, the movie Grease is out this year, which means that's
Ooh,
pretty
very
dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John. Come on, yeah.
78 has a lot of films.
Yeah. And I'd like to say that the Christmas presents get dropped off at the office on the way home and not brought home because no peeking. Persephone isn't at the law
What do you think about
firm.
Persephone? What do you think about Persephone? Be like,
Saying,
are you saying that
she's a
Persephone
curious
peaks?
little girl.
There is a dedicated chest you are not allowed to ask where it came from. Um, but it is old wood and wrought iron, and you can put the presents in there. They will be absolutely safe. No one will touch this.
Yeah, and they just have
Nice.
there's this whole these weird round things that should look like they have giant poles that should go through it. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we both know the British Museum has that one.
No, it's in the FBI storage facility.
I do not put past the British Museum to rob from the feds.
They would have to find it
Yeah.
first. Anyways, we'll be back in a few minutes, everybody. Stretch, bio, and take a break. And I will see if we can get our wonderful dulcet tones for Hawkeye working. If not, we'll run them at the end. We'll see you in a few minutes, everybody.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over a many quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded in the hushing, suddenly there came a rushing, as if someone slowly flushing water across my chamber floor. Only this, and nothing more. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow plungers to relieve my sorrow, mops to dry the soggy floor. I slowed it down, and nothing more. Ankle deep in water standing, long I stood there, wheezing, panting, cursing curses that no mortal ever cursed before. As the mess was slow subsiding, my thoughts were strong to go a-riding, to dry my troubled clothes, perhaps to find a liquor store. I jumped astride my motor scooter, a big black bird screamed, Roto-Rooter! And away goes trouble down the drain. Ah yes, Roto-Rooter. Why didn't I think of that before? I'll have problems, nevermore.
Now for great kisses. Kisses to go, kisses to glow. From Maybelline, fresh and lovely kissing potions flavored roll-on lip gloss. Smooths, protects, shines lips more than lipstick. Magically outshines stick gloss and lipstick by a mile. No colors, just a kissy kiss of enchanting flavor. Passion punch, orange squeeze, root beer float, candy cane, strawberry swirl, mighty mint, crazy cola, cherry smash, cinnamon stick, and ginger snap. So delicious. Share it with a friend. Fresh and lovely kissing potion by Maybelline.
Hey everyone, this is Casper Gwillem, NASCAR racing champion. No matter whether it's Daytona, Talladega, Richmond, or Charlotte, my pit crew and I grab a cold light beer from Miller and discuss our strategy the night before every race. I like it because it tastes great, so I can enjoy our time together. My pit crew likes it because it's less filling, so I'm not quite as heavy when driving the Marlboro STP Quaker State Goodyear Union 76 number 35 as fast as I can and save on fuel. But we all know the best part about it is that it tastes great. Less filling. Tastes great. Less filling. Tastes great. Less filling. Either way, we can still agree that the best part is when we hold up all our cans together on Victory Lane as we celebrate yet another Winston Cup victory. Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer. And less.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you're refreshed, stretched, did all of those good things, and are ready to dive back into the second half of this week's episode of Carousel Court in 1978. It's December. It's evening. Rumor has it there's some people doing things. I don't know. Trooper, you said you were doing things.
Well, the casting, but that did not go through. That fizzled. But it's Friday, which means I'm going to be at the football stadium watching my boys play football.
December. Game's over.
That's not what Pope says.
December, like, if
Playoff.
it's
One.
December 1st, it's the last game of the season before playoff time, before they start figuring out who's going to state.
Sure. Actually, they probably know who's going to the playoffs now. Power rankings. This is just the local.
Yeah, but it's still they play out the last. This is either the last game or next to last game of the season.
So I'm certainly at the football stadium for the local high school. I want to know if Luis is there and if Luis is in the marching band. I just want to know who's there at the football game. That's what I want to know. Because the Masters and the both of the twins are there with their children.
Mm-hmm.
Luis would definitely be there to support Masters. Morally be there for him. Be like, he'll make sure he's like in a good spot somewhere near him, away from Susie. But like a place where he could see Luis. and you know what? I imagine Ro and Linda are also somewhere out there. Not sitting with Luis because, he's too cool for them. But
and and he's a college kid who came back to the high school.
He's 19. Where are you going to college? You going to
SCAD? He has not entered college yet. He's going next year. But his applications are out there. His name's in certain people's mouths,
Mm-hmm. Totally acceptable.
Taking a gap year.
Working at his father's company, at the family company.
This would be the JV team game because the boys are 15. I imagine.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Johnson is starting. Masters is not starting, but Masters is like sitting on the bench, warming the bench up.
How intentionally bad is he? Oh, he's warming the bench. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's December 1st and the bench is kind of cold, so
It's also rivalry game, so it's not like a game that actually matters. So he might actually get put in the second half, depending on how the score is.
So Rowan, Linda will be somewhere higher up, probably closer to the near where the marching band is in the bleachers.
Yeah. Are any Gullums and Ardlings there?
I am certain there's at least 3 Gullums there.
Who?
At any
so many
given
Gullums.
time, anywhere in town.
I went to the bathroom and there were 3 Gullums there. It was weird.
At any point in time.
They just pop out of the ground like daisies.
Or fall from the sky.
That one's true.
We have so
Or the
many
other.
people. It's a detriment.
The Ardlings don't have anyone who's in high school. It'd be a little weird if some of them attended.
It's a massive social event, so everybody in the town goes to it. Kind of game.
Yeah, but last I saw, dear Persephone was helping her uncle Paulo fix up a car, and I bet Opal's stashing gifts. She might make an appearance afterwards just to see on things, but she would shop
I'm just saying
the gifts.
If she chooses not to go, that's entirely separate, but it would not look weird
I don't
for her.
think she particularly enjoys the sports, the football.
Does your husband enjoy the sports?
That is a question. Does James enjoy the sports?
He works at a theater as a carpenter. You figure.
Yeah, yeah. Probably not. Oh, it is a Friday night at
there
the
are
theater
theater
too.
kids.
Oh, true. He's working.
Also, yeah, probably working. That's my perception.
But I imagine
Paulo.
I imagine that like the various people who are important in the community are there, right? I imagine the various HOA folks and PTA folks and country club folks are all there because it's our high school. What is the name of our high school?
Oh crap! I had this written down. Hold on. Because it's.
I know Bo Gwillem is there because he writes the sports section for the local paper.
Ooh, first name, what's his name?
Bo.
Bo. How do you spell it? B-E-A-U or B-O?
This is the South. B-O.
Because I don't know if it's like Bo and Luke or if it's like Bo from She-Ra. Like, I just didn't know which one it was.
No, it's Bo as opposed to Beauregard. Those are two different people.
Yeah.
It's the Herschel V. Jenkins High School.
Oliver and his
it
wife
is
are
that
probably
is
there.
the Herschel V. Jenkins High School and the Juliet Low Elementary School are both within walking distance of the subdivision, on the other side of the park, and Timberline.
What's the name of the
Drive.
other school?
The Juliet Low Elementary School.
Thank you.
I have a very important question
Yes.
for Lindy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lindy. I was wondering, I haven't heard about your brother recently. I just, I have a couple of questions as to
I would love to answer those questions
what he's
for
up
you.
to.
And how pale his wife is.
Yeah, she's a little anemic.
He was a mayor for a while. I just want to know what he's up to.
was.
What his ambitions
He's
are.
he's not mayor anymore.
What
Um,
happened?
No.
Well, he
His
served
time
for like
ran
2
out.
terms, and then
He didn't run for
You know.
re-election.
yeah, he did 2 terms, and they didn't run for re-election.
Was he good?
he's-
Did everybody love him? What were
I'm
his big accomplishments?
He did get that.
I want to celebrate him.
He did get that film thing passed for the city
Oh,
of Savannah. Some more filming
Nice.
was brought in. It didn't have the stipulations that the Masters family may have asked for specifically, but the legislation just wasn't in place at the time, so it's not the Artele's fault. And he's head of the bank again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we own the bank.
Which bank?
The biggest bank in town. Whatever bank that is, probably. It's
You have
probably
to
got
name
some-
it.
Oh,
The Ardeline, First
Well,
National Ardeline.
I don't think they would name it after themselves because they're clever.
The
it'd
First
probably
Bank
be
of
like-
Istanbul.
Constantinople. Ardelines have been in banking in Savannah for quite some time. That was
I
one of
have-
my first assets.
I have a
So-
feeling the title is First Federal, going by
Oh,
traditional
Yeah, that could
Southern
be.
name of
Mhm.
banks.
Especially because, again, it's one of their first assets as they got into was banking. Because people always
Mhm.
need money. So yeah, probably like the First Federal Bank of Savannah or something like that. A nice, plain, easily overlooked bank name, but it's got a very nice building. It's actually probably got a few branches throughout town, but he's like the head manager. Yeah, he's
Are they-
back to just.
Are there any little Olivers running around? Does Persephone have any cousins?
No, oddly enough, no. That's so strange, so weird that
How weird.
vampire humans don't really typically have kids.
Not even adopted.
Maybe. Oh, I'm like, maybe. You know what? This is exciting. Yes, Oliver's wife had a little boy. So he's got a stepson.
Oh, okay. How old
Mhm.
is he?
Stepson? A little younger than. Well, let's see. How old would they have been when Persephone was born? Okay, no, a little younger than Persephone. Probably like 2 years younger, so probably 8.
So
Oh.
8.
So they got
Mhm.
married after you.
He did.
Yes,
Oh, he
significantly.
Yeah.
definitely
Oh.
No,
did.
he did, and
He was
but-
still a bachelor when
it-
he ran for mayor.
Yeah, and it's
Mhm.
interesting that this is his wife's second marriage. That is interesting. What happened to the previous husband?
Oh.
Did he die mysteriously? Was his body found in the
No, like-
swamp? I'm just curious.
Are they from the area? Like, what's
Yeah.
Are they out of town?
Or did he die in Vietnam?
I was gonna say Dad probably died in Vietnam. Making
Very
it,
sad.
At least that is what is told.
What is his wife's name?
Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. And what's the little boy's name?
Charles.
Very Americana.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth, Charles, and Oliver.
And how did they meet?
Very Victorian.
Well, Elizabeth Bank has been banking for quite some time.
Elizabeth
'cause
Banks? Was that her name?
No,
Yes,
no,
he's married to Elizabeth Banks. It's wild.
It's wild. He'd see them come in to the bank and they'd make pleasantries and shit. And one day he noticed she was just very sad when she was banking recently, and he found out her husband had passed. And so,
Ah.
and so he went out and was like, "Oh, you have a son. That's, how old is he? Oh, that's so young." Oh.
I'm sorry. It's just that I don't know if the chat knows, but I know because Lydia has said this sometimes that like the Arlene family, they really like adopting children who are young enough not to remember anything so they can indoctrinate them so they'll be loyal to them and not, betray them. But they always need that sort of influx of non-undead blood. So I just be like, oh, I thought Oliver was the less ruthless one. Apparently not.
Nope.
As if he had a ton of choice in the matter. But the story is it's quite a matriarchal line, those Ardelines. But yes, second husband to dear Elizabeth. They met at the bank and started having a couple dinners and stuff, and then he proposed. She was very very sweet lady, quiet lady.
Quiet.
But
Do they still live
introverted.
in the Ardeline house, or
No, because when Elizabeth's first husband died, she got the house, so they live
Oh,
there.
good, good.
Yeah.
All right. In town?
In town, yeah.
Okay.
And I have a question.
Wait, does he live in the court? Has he left the Carousel court? Does he live somewhere else other than our neighborhood?
Yes. That is
Yeah.
literally what she just said.
The audacity.
I didn't know whether or not they lived in the neighborhood, though. She might have been in the neighborhood.
Too convenient.
She was formerly Elizabeth Jones, and now she's Elizabeth Arlene.
So we get some very interesting things that are going to be happening. I think that this particular evening, as the radio starts to play and the national news has come on, and not the radio, the national anthem has played at the football game. It's Herschel Jenkins High School, Savannah one of the city high schools in Savannah versus one of the county high schools, and because of that, it's a real one of those popular rivalries that goes back and forth every year. There has not been a consistent like holding of the trophy. It kind of goes back and forth. There's no dynasties recently between the two, so it's a very much jockeyed for trophy. And then the band, the game is pretty close. It's tied right now. Second quarter, going into halftime. The football teams leave the field and the marching bands come on. Can I get everybody roll me an awareness notice, please?
Oh no. Is this my? Yeah, it is.
Let's use those bonus die.
20.
How many bonus die are you using?
Both of them.
Okay. $32.
Oh. Nice.
Not quite as high as your record, Pope, but substantial. So we're gonna start at the lowest and work our way up, because I want to know what everybody's gonna do. So with Susie, it's halftime, couple people come up to greet you, congratulate you on, being, governor elect, looking forward to, their constituents, playing the game.
Oh, and let me tell you, I am so happy to talk to everyone and talk about how proud I am of my boys. And if you have any problem, let me know how you like. It is all sorts of lovely chatting with constituents because this is also why you go to the important football game. You know, I mean, to support your children, of course, but also because you get to talk to constituents. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And also the boys. Did you know Johnson's being very good right now to start? Did very well. I imagine Johnson is a quarterback, JV quarterback. Masters is not.
That's fair. But
Masters, because of how scrawny he is likely playing a safety.
also
Masters
true.
is not that strong.
No,
Johnson is quite strong.
Scrawny is the term.
Oh, scrawny. Thank you. Safety.
said.
Yeah.
He's playing for
Maybe he's a
safety.
kicker.
No. You actually have to have a leg.
Oh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He is quick enough to be a safety.
This is true. So with a 14, as you are being greeted by people, you notice that the two marching bands, one goes on first and then the other one goes on, and then they'll both leave because it's the final game and there's a slack competition, so both teams are going to march and play.
Whose band is better? And who's this other team, and can we destroy them? I just need to know if we can destroy this other team.
They're the county team, and right now their performance is better than the city, than Savannah City. Well, Herschel Jenkins High School, which is one of the two big city high schools.
They're a fundraiser.
Exactly, they need another fundraiser. So right now you will notice that as the two teams leave, there's not a kerfluffle, but there's been a number of people kind of moving around and not coming back from getting snacks during halftime. And you've been slightly distracted. It's a little odd. It takes you a couple minutes to kind of notice, more because a number of people had come up to talk to you, and therefore they were distracting you, and it took you a couple minutes to notice, oh well, there were a couple people who were sitting in front of me who haven't come back, and it's like the teams are going to go back on the both marching bands have performed, and the teams are going to go back on. There must be taking a real long time at the snack stand today, or the bathroom lines must be real long, but it's a little odd. With a 17, Opal, are you actually at the game or not?
She did say she was gonna make a parent, especially since her brother and sister-in-law are there.
So I think you might have just arrived at the beginning of halftime, right? Like,
yeah.
And or
going over to them,
chatting with them. And you would notice as you came through that there seemed to be a large number of people kind of congregating away from the stands, kind of in the parking lot or in the near the snack stands, right, away from the actual field. But it's like it's halftime. You can kind of notice that a couple of them are a little rowdy, but it's a Friday night and it's Friday night high school football. There's a lot of rowdy to have around. you would, with a 17, also notice that you don't see as many of the off-duty cops as you would expect at the game.
Interesting. Okay.
You didn't have to worry about parking when you pulled up, that there wasn't a cop directing traffic at the game, which is usually what you would expect for this kind of large event. You didn't see one, but maybe it was halftime and he was taking his break or something, who knows. But you didn't see him.
Okay.
With a 21,
Yeah, difference between 2021. Let's go.
Row would see, again, large number of people are not coming back to their seats. You notice that a bunch of the cops are not, you kind of noticed a couple of the security or cops who were sitting around aren't there right now. And Ro, you've been spending some time particularly around some heavy magic users at the moment, right? Like a lot of heavy magic users, and there's this distortion you kind of see. It almost looks like heat haze, except it's December, and you're like, that's not quite right. Something's a little off, right? There's just a little bit not right. And you would also notice that the county team isn't exiting the tunnel. And now, as you know, this is the Herschel Jenkins High School is the home team, so they can't come onto the field until the away team comes on the field, and so the county team is not exiting the tunnel to come back from the locker rooms. With a 32, Apollo notices all of that.
Oh, this is Bo.
Oh, this is Bo. Sorry, that's right.
Because Apollo's taking care of the little one.
Because Apollo is babysitting and distracting while Mom. I love the idea that that it was this planned event where Opal was like, I have to do Christmas shopping, do something to distract small bean. And then it was like, Apollo's like, I'm gonna replace an engine.
And she was like, yeah!
And like, that is how he's like,
They have she's got a little like tin lunchbox. They take a sandwich break, at some point. There's like a juice box and sandwiches with the crust cut off. Yeah, the works.
She is very into this. I appreciate it. So Bo is, would notice all of that and the distortion, and tell the audience at home, what kind of member of the family is Bo? It just depends on certain other things that the 32 would tell me.
I want you to picture peak Christopher Reeve.
Okay. Christopher Reeve in Superman 1. Yep, moving on.
Yeah, which happens on the 15th, so 14 days from now. And yeah, like suit, glasses, tie. To borrow a phrase from Top Gear, he is not Michael, but he is Michael's less powerful cousin.
Oh, good to know.
Do the Arderlings know Bo? They probably.
If you care about sports locally, you know Bo.
Okay.
Bo knows baseball. Bo knows football. Bo knows. You know, that's a commercial reference that Lindy will not get because she's too young.
I was about to say.
The 80s haven't happened yet. We can't have that conversation yet.
I wasn't alive then.
You should get good, Lindy. Why are you such a slacker?
Why, really? So Bo would also notice because again, this is the JV game. It started at 4 o'clock, and they're going to play until 6, and then you've got a short break while the varsity game's going to go on at 8 o'clock. Would notice that none of the varsity players are doing any warm ups.
Now the county varsity players are doing any warm-ups?
None of the varsity players, are neither county nor city, are doing warm ups. It's like 7. It's like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
No. This is wrong.
None of the. It doesn't look like the drum line is even practicing in nearby. And that distortion and haze that Roe noticed feels heavier. And there's this feeling of oldness that Bo would notice. This feeling of heavy oldness that is quasi divine, but not the right flavor. Not infernal by any means.
No.
Just
It's
different.
old. It's divine. Not familiar divine, but divine.
Mm-hmm.
Old and heavy.
And this feeling of anticipation, right? And if you look around, there's no commonality to the people who haven't come back to their seats yet. It's not like all of the county folks or fans or all of the city fans. And it's not like any particular demographic. It just seems like 2 or 3 in each section, in each row in each section.
Okay, we're going to use Hollow Sheet for Bell.
And again, you notice that nobody's doing anything else. And with the 32, I will also say you notice that a slight distortion around the line judge.
Okay. Can I make a knowledge education to figure out what kind of mumbo jumbo what's is going on?
Yes, you may make a knowledge education.
21, blackjack.
Well, it's definitely not local. It tastes a little spicy. One might even perhaps say of a perhaps, feels more like a deva than anything else.
I don't like that.
That's bad. On a scale, it's not
Is this
80 yet, but
another-
this feels like a big Twinkie moment.
Say, is this another, like, what do we call it? Divine tidal wave? Or nah.
I don't think the rain's coming. I'm more worried about the line judge all of a sudden no longer being the line judge. That or turning into a fine red mist.
Well, yeah, we don't. I mean, some of us like a fine red mist, like a fine red wine, but not in public.
Not the line judge. Oh,
We don't really want to.
Do you have them with fava beans and a nice Chianti? I just
The Dampier might, the vampires don't.
okay. So this
There's
is
more Dampiers than vampires right now in the Artland House.
definitely divine. Bo knows many things. I don't think he knows the ins and outs of Davidic magic. He just knows that something is deeply amiss. And so to try and keep the situation calm, but begin to maybe like disperse things, get some help without it being too hinky. It's gonna go over to the principal. Most definitely is there.
Yes, the principal is definitely there, preparing to do the, practicing their, because it's practicing what they're going to say to introduce the
Yeah.
varsity game, and then kind of glad handing with a couple people, you know.
Excuse me, sir. Something seems to be deeply amiss. Varsity teams aren't warming up. There's a number of people missing from the stands, and I think the line judge has come down with something nasty.
Well, thank you. I'll definitely look into it.
I think you need to look into it and maybe disperse people along as opposed to the way. I would like to do a quick convince.
Okay. You can attempt to convince the principal of the high school. 21
again.
yeah, the 21 you can convince him. 21 you can convince him. He starts walking away. It turns to the school secretary, who is the actual power behind the throne in this, as everyone knows, because the school secretary is the one who runs the entire school. And knows everybody.
Yes, but I don't have the clearance for that.
Exactly. And we'll start like walking towards the announcer's booth to kind of make that happen. Is anyone else doing anything else at this moment?
Yes, as soon as Ro notices something is amiss, even if he doesn't know exactly what it is, immediately he will make his way, pulling Linda down with him, down the bleachers towards Luis, using all those empty spots to get down a little bit faster, and tell him that we're going. We're going now. We've got to go. And Luis will be like, "There's still a second half to go. Why do you want to leave? I'm here to watch my friend." And it's like there's something not right about what's happening here. And I'm not about to stick around and find out with my entire family here. And Luis will be a little what is the word? Reticent to follow him. As Linda goes to like hook her arm with his to like start dragging him also, and he'll follow them into the like the hallway leading into in between the bleachers to leave the arena, and as soon as Luis sees like the pathway to head to the locker room of the team, he is going to make a break from it and break away from Rowan Linda to go and run to the locker room as fast as far as he can to go check on his friend.
We're going to come back to that in a minute because I have a thing I'm going to need to ask Luis to make rolls for.
Oh god.
I mean, you can use stats from that you've already created for Ro if you want. Make your life easier. Opal or Susie?
We'll have the
sensing
next
something
highest.
weird.
Opal.
Eyeballs. Yeah.
I think sensing something is a little odd, especially if I see the Walters moving a bit. I think Opal will actually leave. We'll tell Oliver to be wary and go back home in case other things are amiss elsewhere as well. Because if we both get caught up in something here, that is not good.
Like paid for the ticket, just walking through the turnstiles, sees like the Walters expediently walking out and immediately walks back through the turnstiles.
Yep, basically similar to that. Yeah, it's like, hey, how you doing? Oh, you know what? I think I've kept Uncle Paulo waiting long enough. Twin look to Oliver, like something's weird here, And then, go quit expediently out myself. And Oliver will appraise the situation and gather up as well. Because, well, Charles is only 8, so it's probably getting close to bedtime soon anyhow. He's keeping wary. I'm leaving because we can't have something bad happen to both of us at the same time. We don't want Persephone to experience parental loss at the tender age of 10, potentially. I don't think that would be good for her emotional state. And the health of the neighborhood, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what she does, what she's capable of. We don't know.
Or it'll help her ascend to her next level. I mean, that's exactly how Batman are created. You know what I mean? Like both parents are destroyed, in some kind of tragic thing, and then Persephone becomes some sort of
James ain't here,
vampire
so she'd
Batman.
at least have that.
I do not need Apollo becoming Alfred. This is wrong.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
So yes, that's what happens. It just
Then Susie.
I think what she notices is that the teams have not come out yet, and she's going to sort of look around to see the bands have not come out yet.
No, the bands have come and left. The bands have
come and left, but the teams have not come out yet. How late are they?
Started by this point a couple minutes, maybe 3 or 4 after the end of halftime.
So it's actually not outrageous just yet, the fact that they haven't come out yet. So they're like 4 or 5 minutes late. So
yeah, but on a timeline like a football game, it's real noticeable. Like people are, if at all now starting to pay attention, are just now being like,
yeah. So I think that she's going to be like most sensible people and be like, oh, what's going on? And sort of be sort of aware of it, paying attention, noting what's happening. But
okay.
Oh, this gives me more of a chance to look at
Oh,
things.
wait. It looks like we're back.
Oh.
Are we back?
Oh.
Are we back?
I'm hearing okays.
Yay, I guess we're back. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yay.
I will make sure this is all edited together into one thing, and when it goes up, it will be so much better. I apologize, everyone. I'm working to fix this, and hopefully it will not be a problem starting next week. Luis, locker room.
Yes, I rolled a 17.
Yes. There's this kind of tingle on the back of his neck, but he doesn't seem to notice, right? A, he's a teenage boy, and B, he's very focused on getting to his friend and checking on his friend, right? And as he crosses the threshold of the locker room, he will feel for a moment this sensation of like heavy fog almost, but instantaneously gone. And he's in the locker room, and as he looks around, all of the players are asleep. Coaches are asleep. Just kind of laying around, leaning up against lockers, sitting on benches. But everyone is asleep.
He is going to back up and run to the first authoritative figure that he can see, whether that's like one of the security, whether that's like somebody with the school that he's seen like talking with the team or whatever, or like a badge, you know. Do they have badges in this era? I'm gonna imagine they do.
The
To identify
security
like
would, and like the badges for security, but also badges for like all of the like teachers would be there, and a number of, you know, administrative staff, people that he's seen around and would know.
It's he's going to go up to the first person he can find that's like that, whether it's security, whether it's school teacher, whatever. And he's gonna go and he's gonna say the locker rooms. There's something wrong with the locker rooms. They're all asleep. I don't know. They're all just on the ground or leaned up against something. You got to do something. And I look around for like somebody else with like a badge. And I'm just like with like a look of urgency of he wants to go back and he wants to help his friend. But he's not stupid enough to walk into a room full of asleep young children as an adult and an other. But they don't need to know that.
As this happens, you hear over the announcement is like, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please kindly exit safely to your vehicles. There has been a small technical problem. We need to evacuate the stadium. Small issue that we will be taking care of. If you could just all please exit the stadium in neat, orderly lines. None of this pushing and shoving, Mrs. Carlisle. I see you, Marybeth Carlisle. You do not need to act like that. And as you hear over the loudspeaker, as the principal is made this announcement, and one of the teachers who's there is kind of like, the joy of being chaperones at events for high schools, the expectation of being seen at this event means that the teacher is, you know, looking at Luis kind of questioning, and then it's like, here's the announcement. It's like, oh, this must be what's going on. It must be a medical issue. I'll go help, and proceeds to walk towards the locker room, and, you know, we'll reach over as they do, and no, because it's 1978, so that wouldn't happen. You know, kind of grabs the first aid kit as they go, thinking, you know, must be something like a carbon monoxide issue or something, right? Because
that's what a band-aid's gonna do.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they know CPR and they're going to help. I've grabbed the first aid kit. I did my job. Now, mind you, at a game like this, there is probably an ambulance on the premises somewhere. How quickly they get there is a separate issue. So Opal is leaving. I'm assuming at this point Oliver is leaving. What?
He's getting up to go. That way it's not too sus.
Does he leave before or after the announcement?
After. Or as the announcement's being made. I'm like, oh, yeah, there's something. See, I knew there was something. And then they'd go. Also, I'd like to change Charles's name to Peter.
Okay.
Because I think that's more interesting. And it fits
Duly
the naming
noted.
convention.
Duly noted.
More Roos.
Yes.
There's a Musgrove named Peter that was like her boss for a while.
There was a
before he
Musgrove
mysteriously
named
died.
Peter. Yeah.
Murdered.
Also,
Sorry, what?
It would have been an incentive for Oliver to be like, oh, you have such a young son. Oh, and his name starts with P. We're on that generation. It's a family naming convention. Let's go.
So, what is Susie doing?
Well, I imagine that Susie, Sally, Sally's husband, uh, the smaller children, probably also uh, Susie's. Probably Susie probably has like an assistant with her as well. Uh, this is distressing. I think that she would say, um, Sally, um, go. I'm gonna go in with the. I'm gonna go and just make my way to the locker room to see what's happening with the boys. You know, after everything that happened before, I want to make sure everything is safe. You can never know. Um, let's go. And so she's gonna like. They're gonna try to like maneuver themselves right towards the locker room. They're gonna have to like deal with the crowds. So they're gonna want to sort of like be strategic.
Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with the
by
crowds.
not like going. Yeah.
No,
But the thing is, that's why you just we're not gonna go down the stairwell. We're probably go down the bleachers, but like sort of maneuver that way down the bleachers until we get to the bottom part, so that we don't go against the tide of people going up the stairwell.
Yes. It will take a while to do.
Yeah.
But it'll also, you will notice that there are a number of now teachers and school staff who are kind of encouraging people. We are now into the school staff is doing their job. There's been an announcement about a problem. We need to evacuate the bleachers and stadium. We can't let you onto the field, ma'am. We everybody gotta go out this side. We're right over here, please. If you would go this way. No, you can't go that way, ma'am. Mary Beth Carlisle, you are 35 years old. You do not need to be acting like a teenager. Get your butt out the door. You are being as stupid as you were in my class. Kind of level of stuff is going on.
And where's the principal?
The principal he himself made the announcement in the announcers booth, which is at the top of the bleachers, and is now kind of like coming down the bleachers and encouraging, as he's doing so. Yes, everyone, is just a small technical issue. We want everybody outside just to make sure. We have some reports of a small electrical problem. We want to keep everybody safe. It's nothing to really be that kind of level of walking and talking and encouraging people, and grabbing a couple like teenagers who are just being like, I don't want to do it. I don't care what you want to do. You need to go. And at this point, you see a couple firefighters have started to arrive, and kind of leaning into the impression of like, there's no smoke, nobody smells any smoke, nobody sees any fire. It definitely kind of gives the impression of like there must be something like electrical maybe, or something like that. They called in the fire department and they just need to have everybody out of the space, and the firemen are kind of taking over, facilitating. The firemen are talking to, a couple of them are talking to the principal at the top, and but most of them have also started encouraging the evacuation. And if you try and get around them, they're gonna try and stop you.
I'm the governor-elect, so I get to talk to people in charge. I'm not Mary Beth Carlisle, right? I'm the governor-elect, which means I get to talk to people and have conversations with them. I'm not just like a rando. I'm the governor-elect of the state of Georgia. So I'm wanting to get my hands on. It's going to take me. I know it's going to take me a while to get there because there's a crowd of people. So it's not going to be like in 5 minutes. Maybe a couple of like 15 minutes or 20 minutes before I can actually get to one of the people in charge. But that is her goal. She's heading towards down towards people in charge to get a conversation with them.
Mm-hmm. And a couple at this point there are also Luis would see a number of the again, the firefighters are entering the locker rooms, and some of the EMS staff are entering the locker rooms, and kind of reacting. A bunch of people are started coming out of the locker rooms, and it looks like like a bunch of them just look really kind of groggy as they're walking out. And are being escorted out of this. Both of them are being, both teams are being kind of like, as they're waking up, being escorted out into the like the parking lot behind, not where the not the parking lot that the fans are parked in, but the buses lot. So kind of keeping the kids slightly away from uh, everybody else, partially to control the narrative and reactions, but also partially because they don't necessarily know right away what medically happened, and you don't want to, but there's the conversation that Luis would hear would be, oh, it sounds like something like carbon monoxide. There was maybe it's a carbon monoxide leak, and we want to get these kids fresh air and get them breathing and on oxygen and that kind of stuff, is what he's hearing.
He will definitely as like actual like professionals start coming in and start being like trying to figure out what's happening, and start like pulling the kids out, and they look like they're okay, just like sleepy, groggy. He's gonna like breath sigh of relief and like pull back from like maybe talking to like one of his old teachers that might have like showed up there,
Yeah.
or like somebody he knew, and being and like making that like nervous small talk is like you wait to see what's happening, and then he'll be like, oh, thank God the kids are okay, and then he'll be like, good luck with getting the rest of these people out, Mr. Hall or whatever, and
Yeah.
he'll, oh no, there are halls in this world, Mr. Mayberry or something, and then he'll pull back, and he'll follow like where the kids are going into like, and see that they're going out into the into the parking lot, and he'll wait until he sees like little Masters, whose name isn't Masters, it's Master Smith, but that's what he calls him, and he'll wait for Masters to come out and like get seen by like a professional, like oxygen, whatever, and then like when like that person leaves to go into the next person, he's gonna go up and like start talking to him and be like, are you all right, like what, are you all right, like what's happening? It's like, and
yeah,
like,
I'm just tired. I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's like, what happened? Like, you were fine before, and
it's fine. We just need to they just said it's carbon monoxide. I just need to get some fresh air. I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
do you remember anything from before? Like
no,
did this happen as soon as you walked in?
No, the coach was talking, and then we all just got tired. I mean, he talks a lot. I don't like listening to him.
Nah, he was always long-winded. I remember having him for history, and I'll make sure that he's all right. And be like, all right, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong.
I'll look at him a little harder just to be like,
you can roll an awareness empathy if you want.
oh, sure, I'll roll that. Where are my... Let me click on... There we go. Another 17.
There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him beyond the fact that he looks a little pallid, maybe just a little dazed and dozy, but there's nothing visibly wrong with him.
And like, I'll give him a long look again, just like one. I give him a once more over until I hear the shrill voice of a certain person from the neighborhood, and then I'll be like, all right, well, I still got that record that you wanted to listen to, so if you're up to it after the game, make sure to see if you can sneak on by. You're always welcome. And then as I hear the voice getting closer and closer, I'll be like, all right, and I'll like rub the top of his head, and I'll like push back out and go off into the to the other side of the parking lot where actual people park their cars and stuff like that.
What's Bo doing?
He switched from being a sports reporter to a reporter, considering who all's there at the game. And again, he's to his knowledge, he's the only one here able to cover this. So he is going to, especially seeing the governor elect, do that typical, you know, reporter shuffle and shadow,
Mm-hmm.
where it's, and again, it's still the late 70s. This is not where reporters thrust themselves in. This is where it's the quiet, respectable 10 paces off in the back, and then maybe when they see and recognize you, you can ask a question. Um, but is we're still under that level and era of the press. So he is just standing towards the back, following the officials and just waiting to report.
So Opal is left, and Oliver and his family are leaving.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's check it.
Opal beat the rush.
A large number of people are leaving, as we do. Hey, Susie. By the time you get to the principal, he's talking to the fire chief. And there's kind of like a conversation going on, and
I walk up to them, but I'm not a person that you do not notice when they're approaching.
No, you are not subtle about your approach at all.
No. So I walk up with with my aide straight up to them. I wait to be acknowledged because it's not like they're not going to notice I'm there.
No, they do notice that you're there. There's a brief. The fire chief will turn and is like, "Ma'am."
Yes. Now, how can I help? What's going on? What can I do to help bring the resources at my disposal to help?
Ma'am, at the moment, all we need you to do is evacuate the premises. Small kind of problem that's been fixed and addressed already, and not a problem. Just need y'all to evacuate.
What happened? I noticed this. I'm just going to note his badge number. If there's a name, I note it too. I'm just note just in case.
He's the fire chief. He's not like it's not like
Good.
he's not a low level. He is the fire chief for the city
Good.
of Savannah.
That means I know who he is.
Yeah,
I know his name.
His
Great.
name is his name is Stephen Eldridge.
Oh, good. They're the ones who are one of the people arrayed against me. Excellent. I'll just remember that for later.
Not necessarily. You just know the Eldridge family is. You don't know if he is. Anyways, what he says is,
if they're part of the family, it all matters. It's all the same.
Mm-hmm. What he says is there was a small problem with the furnace, and there was a small carbon monoxide leak that has been addressed. Everybody's fine. If there's no problems, and actually the ventilation system kicked right in the way it was supposed to. We just want everybody out of here, breathing much better. All the children are healthy and accounted for. There's no medical emergencies. All of the staff has been healthy and accounted for. And at the moment, we are calling in the hazmat team. Is there anything else I can help you with, ma'am?
A hazmat team for a furnace leak?
Yes. The
Carbon
furnace is
I'm gonna go
burning.
and roll my. I'm gonna roll. What is it? Empathy to find out if he's hiding things.
Okay. Awareness
I
empathy.
think it's awareness empathy, or
It's
is that
it's
the one? Or
awareness empathy.
or is it,
awareness empathy is the vibe check. Awareness notices the perception, and
which would you call for?
I would say that if you're looking to see if he's hiding things, it's awareness empathy.
I'm trying to assess his honesty. And I'm going to use one of my bonus die because I have 2. I want to get his vibe, including his feelings towards me. 17.
With a 17, he is not lying to you. Everything is entirely true. He is being very blunt. He's kind of neutral to you at this point.
Mm-hmm. And now this is an outdoor stadium, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you evacuating people in the outdoor stadium if there was just a carbon monoxide leak inside the uh, locker room?
Because the furnace is on and it's causing the leak, which means we might have another problem, and that's why we called the
Hmm.
hazmat team. It's all just pure safety
Hmm.
manuals, and we don't want anybody getting hurt. Now, there isn't
Hmm.
actually a problem.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You can evacuate the premises, ma'am.
All right, well, I'm gonna go and look for my boys.
You can
Um,
go out this side door. All the children are being taken out this way, and he just points away
Mhm.
from the locker rooms.
Mhm. And she's gonna note that he is turning down help from the governor-elect. Just note it for later when he becomes governor, and then she leaves to go and find her children.
Mm-hmm. Bo, are you still staying there?
There's again writing copious notes, including left in a huff. But
She's got good breeding, so she doesn't leave in a full of anger. But she is, but
Huff.
I'm letting you all know that she notes
Again,
because her vice is cruelty.
the
Yeah.
technical southern term is huff.
Yeah, that you can be high class and be well respected and still leave in a huff.
Okay, in which case I'm going to make my roll. Since we're going to do it this way, I'm going to make my roll for breeding to make sure that I leave in a way that makes it seem as if I'm doing so in a way that
Doesn't
is
matter how
not
you actually leave,
inappropriate.
and the reporter
We're
can
just
report it
gonna tell
however
that thing
he
we
wants.
want.
Yes, but I just want to make it for the record that
That's
if he does
entirely
say,
fair. That's entirely fair, and
Thank
I
you.
respect that. With
24.
With a 24, you are a lady of class and breeding.
Thank you.
A lady of class and
gracefully left after voicing disdain. Uh,
And again, the accuracy of the reporting can be, of course, be challenged.
Bo's a professional, gracefully left after voicing disdain.
We haven't had those cases yet.
Concern and disdain. We'll try and be as fair as possible. But there's always that, like, you're reporting on things. There's what the officials will say to another official,
Mhm.
and then there's the you always wait 3 beats afterward and just you have your presence there. You lock eyes and see if they say anything, or then please evacuate.
The fire chief kind of looks at you and raises an eyebrow, like, "Are you going to ask me something?"
So you're saying this was a carbon monoxide problem caused by the furnace? Just want to make sure I was confirming it.
Yes. That is why we are calling the hazmat team in and they're going to make sure that there's nothing burning in the air around the furnace. You do not, if you have a CO leak, attempt to put out any fire, because then you just have CO floating in the air.
Can I get you on record saying that the school needs better funding for possibly a change away from its current funds?
Moog Willem, how long you known me? You can
I
get the
don't
principal to
see how
say
it-
that.
Sir?
It's the level of, like, I am not that stupid. I'm fire chief. I can play the politics, but I am also
I'm just aiming.
Yes. And he will turn and give that, and it's like the words "better budget" were said in front of a high school principal. Yes, I believe we need a whole new furnace system and a new cooling system. We have concerns about safety for the students, and our building hasn't had a new HVAC since 1940.
Oh. Right. Write all that down, do the typical thing, and then walk out.
Yeah. Susie, you are leaving toward and being. Other people are, like they've got the firemen stationed along the path, kind of like guiding everybody. Not you in particular, you're not being escorted out or anything, but everyone's being guided in a particular location. And by the time you get to the main parking lot, all of the students are there and kind of going towards their families. That's it. Well, then Johnson and Masters are going to approach you. John.
I collect my boys with my aide. We go home, and then I go to the office so that I can do the governmental office, so I can do work on the governmental side to help with the situation.
Okay. What are you doing in this situation? Like, what does Susie think governmentally that that she needs to do?
There may be funding that they might need. So it's like you have to go. I'm going to go and alert all the sort of people to let them know what's going on. They might need emergency funding to go and help things if they need an emergency furnace. It's basically there might be larger structural issues that they might need help with, and so she's going to go and work on that, sort of get things ready and prepared.
So as you do so, I'm going to tell you this as a GM. As Susie goes to do that, she'll be told a couple things. Number one, your governor-elect, you don't have any power yet. Until you're sworn in, you can't order people to do anything. And number two, the way the county system functions, unless there's an actual emergency, this is a county or city school board issue. And you are and at this particular point in time, this is a very important point because in the future it will change, and that becomes very complicated. At this particular point in time, the state can't intervene in school board issues unless they are invited in. Now, you as an individual can go and raise money for all of these things, but if you would be told this probably by your aide, right, to kind of be like,
yeah,
as you go to do
then,
stuff.
we go home. Since we can't help the children, we'll go home, and I'll just make sure my boys are safe, and I'll get them soup, and
yeah, I mean,
make sure that they're fine.
It's not that you can't do stuff; it's that you can't do stuff as the governor, right? Like there's a distinction that your aide would put out, and maybe would offer the option.
No, it's fine. If we can't do anything, we're going to go home and take care of the boys, and we'll just remember, and we'll just note it, and we'll just take advantage of things later. That's all. Like, like if because she just notes it, and she will just note it, find out where things are at, and she will know what everybody's like. She's gonna like follow all the reporting, what everybody says, like where their positions are, and she'll just note it for later.
Yeah, it's like you can do stuff. Like you could do stuff as Susie Masters, and I think your aide would say stuff that's like, it'd be a great opportunity to start promoting certain things and encouraging people and talking about it. And the reason I stress this is because there is a thing that will eventually happen in the year 2010 where a bunch of states change that law and forcibly take over school boards for reasons. DeKalb County is one of them that happens to, and it did not help the county. They wanted to, but it didn't. A state education infrastructure bill. And Zell Miller at the time is trying to push certain things, but he is not. The way this works is it's complicated. But you are being, your aide would then of course be like, okay, we'll go home. Can I get you to roll a willness? What is it? Is it courage or? Hold on. Susie needs to make a roll for me.
Is it a sorcerer's defense? Is that or is it an actual roll?
Yeah, because sorcerer's defense is static.
Yeah. No, this is not a sorcerer's defense. This sorcerer's defense would be a different issue. I will need to know your sorcerer's defense in a minute.
14.
14? Good to know. Thank you very much. But this is not that. I need a will dedication roll.
And I'll use my second bonus die. 15.
15. Thank you very much. And I'm going to roll. And I'm going to use one of my bonus die. Okay, so a 16. I won. Good to know. And this is not an attack on you. It was and it is not a static. It is a purely an evaluation that is being measured in this moment. But nothing happens that you see. Like I said, you don't see anything happen. There's nothing that attacks you. There's no ping on your wards. There's nothing that's physically happening. This is just an evaluation of you from an outside source. That isn't even a divination. It's something else.
And I will just note that the household does have general wards on it. I don't think that's like a different system. That's like for a household versus household, just in case.
No. This is your will defense. Your sorcerer's defense is a 14, correct?
Yes.
Is what you just said. All right, cool. This 16 is not against your sorcerer's defense. Your sorcerer's defense is still stable. That's a separate issue that was going to come up. This 16 is a pure evaluation that was happening outside. That is an observation roll about you, and trying to evaluate you for certain things. But they notice certain things about you. Not magically at the moment. At least you don't. No attacks. Your sorcerer's defense, however, is a 14, which is very important to know. Ooh. Well, that's a good roll. So, we'll come back to that roll in just a second because I want to know what Opal did when they got home. And then we will come right back to that 19. I just want to roll.
First things first, check on Persephone and Apollo. See how that all is going because it has been some time. A few hours, you know.
Covered in motor oil.
Adorable. That is fine. Just be like, how's the car work going? Oh my goodness, look at all that progress you made. You two are doing such a great job.
Yeah, we got the engine converted over. We've got the supercharger installed. Probably should wait on turbos for tomorrow. And he just like looks over at the little one, like getting approval.
That's the nod you get, the arms crossed and the
Yeah. We'll wait till tomorrow to put the turbos in.
Well, I guess your Saturday's all booked up then, eh, Persephone? She'd be like, yup. Oh, wow. Well, it's get close to bedtime. Wink. Cause she's not gonna be in bed for hours yet. But it is close to dinner time and bath time. So we're gonna get you inside, and then I got you a couple new books to read from the library earlier on my way home from work, and I think she'd light up a little bit at that, and do the routine of here's dinner, gonna have a bath, and now you can read for a few hours before you go to bed. I'm sure she seems. I bet she's a pretty avid reader, and I think right now she's hooked on mystery novels.
Agatha Christie.
Nancy
probably
Drew.
I was gonna say she's probably on the Hardy Boys.
Ooh.
Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew. Or
Yep.
Or if you want a third option, my personal preference, Cherry Ames.
I think she's a Hardy Boys girl.
Hardy Boys for now.
For now. I mean, she's eaten through them. She's probably like halfway through already of what's available.
Then we go to the Nancy Drew and then the Agatha Christie.
Right now she's hooked on mystery, so she's got, I imagine, a little, because they're old school. It's like a little oil lantern and a flashlight, next to the bedside for some reading. She's got like a little beanbag chair because those are in now, and she can do her reading and and then her dad comes home later, we'll spend a little time with her before everyone winds down for their activities for the evening and or goes to bed. She's a little dawn and dusk child. And just keep an eye out. Stay near the phone in case Oliver calls or anyone else calls with information on what happened. would have mentioned something was a little off with the game to Apollo.
Mhm. Okay, I don't like this new. And cool. I want to check. What is your sorcerer's defense with? What ward? You have general wards, correct?
Mm-hmm.
General
Mhm.
wards are, your fire, your burglary, your general things, and give you a general +1 to magical.
Yeah, they're the ones that cost like a
Yeah.
lot.
20.
They're the really pricey
20,
ones.
20, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
get?
they're
Mm-hmm. And a general magic defense. To be more specific magic defense, you need specific wards against, which is why you take them multiple times. It's like you are warding against X, you're warding against Y, you're so I need
Mhm.
A thing to read a thing. Okay. That's what I thought. So, Susie, does a 19 beat your magical defense, sorcerer's defense?
Yes, my sorcerer defense is a 14.
Okay, so that's 2 degrees of success then, right? With a 19. 14
That
plus
was
5.
1 degree of success?
No, 14 is 1 degree of success, and then plus 5 is 2 degrees of success, right? It's every plus 5 is a degree of success.
Yes, but I think we're missing a few bonuses because I think the general wards give you a +1.
Yeah, so that's a 16.
And there's also
They never
this,
said what we get the bonuses for the house stuff, so I just don't.
No, I said
but
that you do.
You get
also
a
there's
+1?
Yeah, for general wards.
yeah, so that'll be a 15, and then there's what is referred to as averting bonuses, which is the fine print.
I already have those. I already added
Okay.
those in.
You've added
Because
them?
you get 1 for every 2 sorcerer's benefit that you have.
benefits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a 15 then. So
15.
it's only 1 degree of success. Okay, so 1 degree of success. With
And this is not, by the way, this whatever is happening is not a castigation, correct?
No, castigation is
Okay.
a different.
Mm.
No. What is you were about to find out what is happening. So because certain things happened and certain people got pissed. But there are still certain things. So you are Susie Musgrove Masters Smith have been blessed with a benediction, a blessing of truth.
Let's see.
And a blessing of, and it's not permanent, but for the next 6 months, you cannot lie.
Now let me look because that this is under benediction, and I thought they give you a because I know with curses they give you a law drawback.
Yeah.
And
Unfortunately, they can't give you a curse.
right, but
because that's their malediction,
it's-
and blessings, I
right.
don't think do the.
Yeah, so with a
Yes.
benediction.
That sounds like a gaze, which is underneath like
Yeah.
hex.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
not really a hex. It literally it is casted as a blessing. But it is a blessing of truth.
Let's see. So blessing gives you a bonus to die pools.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus to die pools. That's a
Yes,
blessing.
you
So I
get.
don't see blessing of truth.
I know. I'm tweaking something because mechanically, behind the
'Cause
curtain.
that sounds like a curse.
But the point is, the individual can't do a curse, so it has to be a blessing.
Which means they can't do it, but then they can't do it,
But
right? Because that would be a curse. Like just put a drawback on somebody falls under malediction, rather than. I mean, what that would do is like give me bonuses.
Yeah, you would get a bonus out of it
to be truthful, but
yeah, you get a bonus to be truthful.
Right, but that's not a. I don't think that you can put a negative thing on someone through a blessing, and saying that one cannot lie is a negative thing. I mean, we could turn blessings into maledictions. I think that's. I mean, we could do that, right? I mean,
I mean, what I'm basically for mechanics purposes, right? For mechanics purpose, for lore. God. Okay, you know what? Pulling behind the curtain. This particular being cannot curse you because it is a divine being that cannot curse you. It can only give you a blessing. And a blessing of truth is what it gifts you. Now, mechanically, it's a curse. If that makes sense. But it's also a blessing, and I was going to give you the benefits of having a bonus to persuasion as your benefit. If you choose to be truthful to someone, you would have a bonus to your pool die of persuasion. Is this not something that you enjoy? In which case, we can tweak it and I can change it again.
No, it's fine.
I don't want to do this the wrong way, and I don't want to upset people. I think, yeah, Susie would get a bonus when she tells the truth.
Mm-hmm. I will. So I'm going to write this down. So, I am unable to lie for the next 6 months.
Yes.
Okay.
You are unable to lie intentionally. And you know it when it goes. But if you choose to tell the truth, you can withhold information. You cannot say. You can say you aren't sure. You can fudge. You will discover that you will be able to fudge the truth, but you cannot out and out lie. You can't say the moon is made of green cheese when you know it's not. Kind of level. Is this okay?
I mean, yes. I mean, this is what it is. I will just note that I'm going to go and have to do some rolls.
Yes, that's okay. Like, mechanically speaking, it comes down to the fact that this sorcery system is very black and white in a way that is complicated. And mechanically speaking, I rolled a curse. Lore speaking, it would have to be a blessing because... Is that understandable? So mechanically speaking, the curse went into effect that you are cursed with truth. But a curse is intended for harm, and this is not intended for harm. This is intended for helping you. Because the creature that did so can't curse you. They can only give you good things. Which is like, a good thing. So yes, you can then make any roll you want.
Susie's in for the night, right? Because she went.
She went back.
Everything. Yeah.
So, the evening has come to an end. What are you doing as we wrap up for this evening?
Luis will be sitting in the living room with the record player playing the new, I don't know, it's like fucking Elvis Costello or something on the record player, with a little Masters who snuck out while his mom was
Busy.
Busy, and letting him just decompress and tell him about whatever's bothering him. And Ro and Linda, it's a Friday, so they will be making their way out to another city to go
Have fun.
for work related reasons. Yeah.
So with Luis back at the house and Master snuck in, can Luis make me a will dedication roll, please?
Well, dedication. Do I have another? Yeah. Last roll of the night. I'll use that last bonus die. 19. Jesus.
With a 19,
Oh, yes.
you notice this faint divineness coming off of Masters. Very faint. But it doesn't feel harmful to you.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, Luis, you know what happens if Incubus gets near consecrated ground. Not fun times. But this doesn't feel like that. This feels like something good for him. Like a blessing.
Interesting. He is more magically inclined than his parents, but I haven't looked into any of that. So
Yeah,
he will simply so he's simply gonna take note of that and think about the one person he knows that knows a whole lot about that kind of, and so he is just going to keep that in mind for the next time he goes and visits a certain family friend up at a church.
Trooper's making his rolls. We're gonna
I was just checking destiny points. I will burn my other destiny point to make that test they had against me a failure.
Ooh. So you're going to burn the destiny point.
Yep.
Important point here. He's burning it, not spending it.
Mm-hmm.
So the test will not succeed on you. It will succeed on Masters and everyone else that they cast on last night. As a blessing. In this case, it would be technically the ritual of anointing. So Master, for your knowledge, Trooper, Masters will have a, because it would still be 1 degree of success, because, okay, no, not the ritual of anointing, just a general blessing. Sorry, I misread that for a second. And again, for Masters would have a bonus die for a thing of his, a blessing of his choice, in which case I don't want to take that away from like what it would be. The general feeling is that it was he's now blessed for with 1 bonus die that he can use for him to protect himself, right? Like a choice of himself.
And he also cannot lie. Yeah, so like the whole stadium can't lie for 6 months?
No. That was a the blessing happened to be, the blessing on everyone else was a kind of requirement to get to be able to bless Susie. And because they just got general blessings is kind of what it is, but they all succeeded, so it's one bonus die. But it's not like, I don't think that there's a general task that like what master, I don't specifically know what masters would choose to use that for, or what it would be focused upon for masters in this case. Maybe to avoid going to football practice, maybe to get his mother's approval and doing something that he wants, maybe to get find better approval in school, something along those lines. There's something goes easier in his life, just generally easier. As a bonus, as a kind of, and it will, no one will really know, but that's what ends up happening. Hi, Opal, what's wrong? No, do you have anything to do before we wrap up this evening?
I don't think anything's wrong. I hope nothing's wrong.
No, nothing's wrong.
I think Opal just does the usual, which is, usual just before bed nighttime routine. Make sure all the doors are locked, make sure all the windows are closed, make sure the chimney is open so that my bats can come in and out. And check on Persephone because she should be asleep by the wee hours of the morning, and just do a check in, see how she's doing, what she's her little adorable sleeping self. Just
Sprawled.
just observing her. You know, I think there would just be some deep observation from just as a normal part of the routine from the family. So just checking on her growth and any oddness that might be popping up.
No oddness. Standard, pretty human growth patterns.
That's good. Opal and Oliver had normal human growth patterns until adulthood, so we're doing okay so far. And she has no idea about Fallen, but we're learning everything together. So, and then I think Marta would Can phone calls reach behind the iron fog?
Now that you have an established line of communication, they can. Oh, so, that's right. Welcome back. That was a thing to remind me to come back to. Thank you.
So I think Marta would be making her phone call to behind the iron fog to her dear brother, younger brother, Marcus. Seeing how things are going.
Fun fact, as Martha calls Marcus behind the iron curtain. Iron fog.
Iron fog, yeah.
Marcus doesn't seem to be suffering from that small problem of time zones.
Interesting.
There's pretty standard materials that I might send to my darling sister. Jewelry has gotten so attractive these days.
That is wonderful to hear. I cannot. I believe Marina should be headed back soon with the shipping lanes.
She might be coming back with a smaller present as well.
That is delightful to hear. Do let me know if you need anything from us before the boat leaves.
I don't think so, but I think I'm going to enjoy this new... You should come visit, sister. The view is... Well,
once the sweet great-grandchild goes through puberty, I think I might take a vacation, yes. I'm just here in case things go awry until then.
Well, I'm going to be sending a larger gift as well. I've came across something that would be very appropriate for us.
Oh, good. Should I send the usual shipment back over? More gems and metals from the mines?
No, actually, I want you to consider looking into something very unique.
Go on.
Avocados.
Avocados, really?
They have a very high burn point, apparently.
Interesting. Well, we do have an orchard. I'll have some planted.
Will be very interesting.
And thus, an avocado orchard is planted. Goes into the, uh, onto the spreadsheet of holdings because they they have that. They got land to spare and landed stuff so put on. So yeah, avocado orchard that goes in. And yeah,
And it can grow in Georgia.
they can.
And before we wrap
Certain
up
varieties.
certain varieties. Before we wrap up for the night, is there anything going on in the Gwillums?
Large family meeting. Everyone's at the house.
Can I get a will dedication roll from who's ever at the house who wants to make this roll?
Sure. $22.
You notice a kind of like, I guess as Bo walks into this meeting, a shininess on him. He is not affected by the blessing, but he kind of is like carrying the edges of it.
The residue.
I like to think, because this is one of the surprises, Kimberly's back from overseas.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, fun.
She just has a Mr. bottle. Just goes, that is disgusting. Just like
It's like
as he gets
pretending his
spritz with unholy water.
unholy water. Thank you for that mimage. No. Don't forget to mist down your whatever.
It's years before Febreze, folks. We use what we can.
Yeah.
It's a mixture of unholy water and vodka.
Look, unholy. Like I'm sure the Orleans have a similar mixture.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the family is back together, belligerent and numerous of them, and there's just like we see the large family gathering in the ballroom. The chairs are out. The lectern's been pulled, and Bo essentially briefs the family, and he gets thanked by Zachariah, and Zachariah goes, "It seems as though, unfortunately, family, that there are those within our great community that do not understand the peril of all, and that anything unsubtle, especially as unsettled as that, taxes all of us and puts us all at risk. As such, I think it is time that we push our influence and reputation to get those who are gifted to convene some form of Congress, at least locally, so that should any one of us step out of line, they are quickly put back in line. For these sorts of acts can only foment our enemies and give them more ammunition than is necessary. And that's where it cuts.
And I think on that cut, we're going to pull back the camera. Pan through as a car. Ford Torino. With DeKalb County plates. Pulls into the driveway of what was the Grimes house. And a gentleman, slightly olive in complexion, dark hair, dark eyes, gets out, walks up to the door, unlocks it, looks across, around, smirks a little, walks inside, and closes the door. Now, Opal recognizes the nice young gentleman who was in the Dillers earlier this evening. Other people would recognize the nice young gentleman who was sitting in front of the Ardeline household for a couple hours in 1975.
Interesting.
And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Someone was sitting outside my house in 1975.
Oh yeah, did we forget to mention that? Yeah,
Thanks.
All
right at
day.
the end. Yeah,
All
Yeah,
day.
all day, all day. He didn't say
Susie
the
would
night
have
though,
mentioned
just
it
all
to
day.
you though,
That's
because she
weird.
didn't know.
Sus.
Someone who kind of looked like you, looked like part of your family, your father's side of the
Look,
family.
looked a little like your dad, but like not your dad. You know, it's fine.
Poor-
You know, just
A very poor choice and very loud vehicle.
Kind of like my dad. You mean like Civil War veteran? Is that well, orphan? Oh, that's interesting. Not a
I
lot
think
of.
the implication was more vampire, as I think was the implication of the thing.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
exciting.
But I can't say for certain. I don't know.
Well, the little do they know, we have an emergency spritzer bottle of our own. It's got a skull and crossbones, and it's just holy water. Under our kitchen sink.
But thank you all for being here. Thank you for living with us through some of these complicated technical difficulties. I really do apologize. I'm going to get this fixed before we come back. Walter's oven open. Good, must have. I'm going to let all of my fine players do all of their goodbyes, and next week is 1982 and the end of Arc 2 of Carousel Court. So I need all of my wonderful, fabulous players to say one thing they are most looking forward to as we enter the 80s. And share some love and joy, and let us know where we can find you. And we'll start with Trooper, because, you know, had to make an entrance.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's really important. It's for PB. It's really, really important.
absolutely.
I need to know this. It's
Mhm.
probably one of the most important questions I could ever ask you, with the most importance. It's about Luis and Masters, because they hang out some, right? And this will have implications later on down the road, probably in just a couple of years when we hit the 80s. Is Luis a dungeon master? Do they play Dungeons and Dragons together? I need to know if they play Dungeons and Dragons together.
It is
Wait, wait, wait.
1978. The game is already out.
Yeah, but when we hit the 80s,
Satanic Panic.
No. Even better than the Satanic Panic. SCAD has clubs that are forming as it is early in its years as a university. Is Louise the head of the Dungeon Masters Club?
Yeah,
Or
we have
D&D
questions.
club?
Yeah, okay, so I don't know if so PB, there's this thing, it's called like Dungeons and Dragons, so role-playing games where people get together, friends get together, and they share stories with each other. It's
You roll
very wholesome.
dice.
Yeah, you roll dice.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, wow,
Math
okay.
involved.
Yeah. Like the 6-sided things?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different dice.
Yeah.
But it's
Different
also
dice.
of Satan.
I know.
It's also a game of Satan. But I just want to know whether or not Luis is like a dungeon master, and whether or not Masters plays D&D with Luis and whatever like grown-up friends they have. 18, 19.
Grown-up friends. I think that Luis, for like maybe like 1 year, like when it first comes out and Master like hears about it and he's like super into it.
Yeah.
And he Masters does the thing where like he like tries to drop hints of just like he really wants to play, but like he has no one to play with. Luis will actively ignore those comments for like about a year. And then like and then things happen. He'll be like, oh, fine, I'll play, I guess. How do you even play this stupid game? And then he'll like get really into it.
Yeah.
Nice.
So in 1982, if they're still playing, would they welcome a 14-year-old girl to roll dice at their table?
Oh,
yes.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me,
Persephone,
Luis?
And would they also
loves cars?
welcome because I have a feeling Marta would like it. I mean, she'd bitch a whole lot about it being not quite like
absolutely 100%. Yes, I would 100%.
I'm just expecting Marta because we're going with like old school D&D.
Yeah.
To try and pull off the Berserker build.
Oh, for sure.
My gosh.
112%.
Yes. Yes.
That was just for you, Trooper.
No one wants
yes.
to engage Marta in physical altercation based on her stats. That's all I'm gonna say. But so yeah,
we'll find a way.
Because if the implication that I think may have been implied during that lovely phone call to her dear younger brother, she might be getting jewelry, which might mean she might be out and about in the 80s. As totally not a vampire, because like I'm out in sunlight. Yeah. So I think she would accompany her great granddaughter, as cousin Marta, to D&D games.
Oh, absolutely. He will welcome.
Persephone would be fun to play with.
Anyone.
No.
Oh, 100%. Are you kidding me? Luis loves Persephone. Whenever like he stops by and watches like Apollo work on the cars, like he'll definitely stop and like see what's happening. Secret gearhead, and Persephone is always there and always like, he was there. He probably gives
everything to you.
You know how we give you shovels? I think we give Persephone wrenches.
Here's a socket set.
Yeah.
Here's your imperial socket set, and here's your metric socket set, and here is the abomination that comes out of England. It's halfway in between.
And it absolutely, yes, he will be the DM for
this brand new game.
Yeah, brand new game.
Brand new game, very strange.
What do you mean I can slay hordes of my enemies? I mean, I will destroy their little paper and plastic selves.
Masters would be so into it. Masters would be
I just feel like Marta is like super min-maxed. I just feel like her characters are just
100%.
Yes.
Marta never willingly plays elves or dwarves. She's like, I have to take penalties to my stats? No.
No.
What do you mean I can't be an elf and a fighter? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
What is this thing called?
It becomes like super homebrewed after playing for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
No. I cannot wait for when we get to Arc 2, and if this actually happens, Marta playing Ravenloft.
Oh, no, I was gonna say Persephone
You're
would
welcome.
GM Ravenloft.
Oh, nice. Oh my god, I'd be so excited. 1982, Persephone first GM.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know
We're gonna walk around
which
in
was
the sunlight. I'm swapping from Opal to Marta because that would be terrible for the world.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
yes.
I want to know which Willem is playing in this group.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to know which Willem is playing in this D&D group. That's what I want to know.
Okay, that is the question we all need.
There are about at least 3 that just crop up, right?
There's three.
Well, no, the first one that comes to mind is
well, Uncle
James.
Apollo has to show up. Well, there's James. There's the dad.
Yes.
But when Dad can't be around, Uncle Apollo has to step in, obviously.
Well,
Yes.
James is also part of the theater troupe. Theater troupe.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
real maps. We just like they start
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, no.
s-
Yeah.
all the props.
All of a sudden, there's the mention of miniatures.
Yeah.
James is going to be
Yeah.
building stuff in
James
the
is
basement.
painting everyone's minis.
James-
James is
James
what
start-
is it?
James started
With the,
and then
the magnifying set. He's sitting there painting everyone's minis in the basement.
Oh,
Well, no, I'm sorry, in the attic. The vampire.
Oh
attic
yeah.
basement.
No, he has. It's the full-on Beetlejuice thing where he has this giant table built for them all to use. There is all
Of
the
course, he
different
custom built them
miniatures.
a table. Yes.
Yeah, and
Of
it has all the
course.
miniatures for and dungeon tiles and everything.
You know, they would be allowed, and they would totally be allowed to play at the Ardling House. The Ardling House is where the game would be hosted. Yeah.
nice.
Yes,
Nice.
and there's permanent,
Oh.
old school 1970s Christmas lights in there to help illuminate everything.
Oh no, are you kidding me? The antiques get brought out from storage. We're going full medieval on this shit.
Nice.
There's a dungeon
Nice.
room.
Yeah.
Marta's into
Yeah.
the family.
there is now
like
a poll live on Twitch, and when this goes up on YouTube, there will be a poll on YouTube too. Hawkeye needs to know if he is going to do a TSR ad for us.
Yes.
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 So vote in the
Yes.
poll.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's why I voted.
The,
Okay,
a
like-
room of the Ardling House is now a dungeon. There are sconces, actual torches. There's like a weird torture implements in the corner. We don't talk. It's for ambiance. It's for
There's a
aesthetic.
rack
Ambiance,
for
ambiance.
It's a rack
ambiance.
for ambiance.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And I'm sorry, Luis may have started as the GM, but James is now the lifelong, permanent
Forever
GM.
GM.
Oh,
Forever GM.
Absolutely.
He is the dad GM for the community.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
what Persephone's allowed to play as partially as
Oh.
well. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
And she
yeah.
steps up to GM Ravenloft to give her dad a break.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he plays the paladin.
yes, he
Yes.
does. Oh, I thought
Oh, he
Apollo
for
was going to
sure
be a
does.
paladin.
No.
I-
No, Apollo.
gosh.
Apollo's going to play a rogue.
Oh,
The
nice.
question here
Yeah.
is-
Mm,
Do Apollo and Marta get on disgustingly well? Or are they like, is there like
No,
weird
no.
tension?
They enable each other.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
So,
wait until
what-
till all the small
Will
little
there be a
combat
new ship?
rules come in. Yeah.
So for everyone playing along at home or watching on YouTube later, I will put the again. There will be a poll for in on YouTube as well. But right now it is 100% vote for yes for a TSR
Yes.
ad.
yes.
Look, I was like, yeah, so like Masters likes to hang out with Luis. There's like a 4-year age difference. I was like, oh, that's D&D. That's what that is. That's people gaming
Yeah.
together. That is exactly what that is. And listening to
How old
music.
will
And like,
Masters be in 1982?
oh, he's probably, let's see, what are we in 78 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be 19.
Yes.
Could be 19.
Oh, he's
Oh,
only
the
5
same
years
age
older
I
than
am now.
Persephone.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
great.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I was just like, oh wait, yeah, he's probably gonna play a bard. So you have to multi-class to get there. It's not so easy, but like
do.
he'd probably play a bard.
But he has the mind to understand all the rules and to go through the process.
Yeah.
of every class.
Oh, Persephone's
Yeah.
a cleric.
Nice.
Oh.
Turn undead.
Okay. Yeah. Turned undead. I love this. I just had to ask. I was like, oh, I can't
No,
do my
yeah.
outro unless I find out this information.
Was that a
This
ranger?
is the most
I think
important.
she just. I
Well,
think
that happens
she's-
in 1982, but
Yes. No, we'll get there next week.
yeah, we'll get there next week. But Trooper, finish your goodbyes.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey. Hey, I'm Trooper SJP, and you can find me at Trooper SJP. Woohoo! On the Twitch. Today is Sunday, so tomorrow actually you can find me over at Wandering DM's channel at 8:30 p.m. for Montreal by night, where I am playing an Osebo vampire with 3 humanity, and Osebo, like Brew, have a -2 penalty to resist Fury Frenzy. And anytime anyone humiliates you or provokes you, anyone, regardless of clan, you have to roll against that Fury Frenzy difficulty 2, which means, So anyway, just everybody run the homecoming queen got a the homecoming queen's got a gun, as sung by Miss Julie Brown, and that'll be some excitement. Who knows? We'll find out how that all works out. But I'm actually really excited to find about Artie and the Archons, which is a band that'll be happening on Monday night, and we're going to find out how that's going to go. I'm very excited. And let me see. Then you can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. for the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates. Tuesday? Yes. Oh my gosh. Tuesday. It's in my calendar. Tuesday at 8 p.m. Is that right?
Yeah.
8 p.m. Your 8 p.m.
9 p.m. your time.
Yeah, 8 p.m.
9 p.m.
Central
my time.
and 8 p.m. Eastern, because I know this and I pay attention to my friends and what they do.
It's okay. I have the wrong time. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern.
We start at 8 Central on Mondays and Tuesdays. Cthulhu's the odd one out. We started out earlier. Yeah.
Right. So at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, will be Stargate over on Laugh Love Lindy's channel. I'm going to be guesting in as a puppy. That's a lie, but I'm not going to tell you I'm guesting in as surprise. And then Friday over at my channel, 7 p.m. For the Gamblers, Pirates of Tranix campaign, and then back here, of course, on Sunday for the very last episode of Arc 2. We'll find out what happens. And I'm going to give my love. So my love, I said I called dibs during break, but I'm going to give my love to PB for that amazing scene where poor Luis is just being badgered by his parents. And I saw Luis there. In my mind, Luis is wearing like a denim jacket, right? And Luis is probably, it's 78, so Luis's hair is probably feathered. Luis has got some excellent 1970s hair. I'm like prime 1970s hair, and some bell bottoms. And Luis is not paying attention to his parents. It's like, and like parents are there being like, the stuff, and like Luis is like, anyway, it was perfect. It was excellent in every way. So I want to give my love to PB. That is my love for today.
Hey, PB, I feel like that was a great transition. We need to jump over to you.
Hi, I'm PB at PB Plays Inside, where you can find me everywhere, basically, mainly on Twitch and sometimes Twitter. I mean, nowadays, and also Blue Sky. And I am excited. Well, I was just okay. I'll be honest with you. What I'm most excited for in the 80s is messing around with Luis's love life. That is what I'm excited for as a person. Immediately got greatly inspired by the idea, and I have gone off on that idea. And also now I'm excited for, you know what I am excited for? I'm excited to see what the relations between the supernatural and, or, the others, and media, because there's some like big things that start coming out in the 80s that are more supernaturally inclined. I think it's like 1980 or 81, I think, maybe 82, where, what is it, an American teenage werewolf or whatever it was?
American Werewolf.
Yeah,
American Werewolf in London.
Ooh,
yeah. It's like that.
That was amazing.
That was gory for back in the day.
It's like that comes out, and that is, hey, werewolves, what do you think about this? And
That was 81.
81.
Correct.
And so things like that start coming out. So I'm excited to see how that affects the like modern perception of things, and how much supernaturals get into sort of media to sort of counteract that kind of sort of depiction. So that's what I'm excited for in the 80s, because while our 80s was interesting, I think this world's 80s are going to be very interesting. And for my love for the night, God, how many
Vampire
just great
Lestat,
scenes.
85.
Ooh.
I would like to remind you all that according to the Vampire Lestat book, Lestat wakes up and then proceeds to find the person that, or interviews with, reads the interview with a vampire and gets pissed because Louis didn't do anything right and lied, in Lestat's opinion. And you find out that Lestat had been sleeping underground and being mopey, and he wakes up because of heavy metal music.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be really good. I'm very excited. And for my love tonight, gosh, just so many moments, just so many fun moments between everyone, and just the narrative itself. Um, I think I'm gonna give it to just like the juxtaposition between like the relationship between Apollo and Persephone, and the juxtaposition between Apollo and the family. You know, like the things that are happening. I imagine it like a door where on one side is like serious Apollo with like a very serious moments that have grand implications for this country. And then on the other side, it's just like, oh, it's Uncle Apollo, and you know he's working on his car, and here's a little Persephone wee, you know, like just those two sides. I love seeing Apollo and the rest of the family. I love seeing Bo and you know everyone come out to kind of play tonight as things got a little bit spicy. But I think I just love how quickly you can just go from one side to the other.
I'm here for it. I'm here. Uh, and that brings us over to Uncle Apollo.
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope Worldbuild on the social medias. If you want to see more of this silly face, you get an opportunity tomorrow night over on Wandering DM for more Montreal by Night, where uh, decisions have been made. They're not necessarily good. Violence will be occurring sometime within the next 48. And whether or not any of us survives is very much up in the air. So tune for that. And as for the 80s, uh, like I just have to mention 82, specifically 82. We have The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing. We have Poltergeist. We have Blade Runner. Um, we have Mazes and Monsters comes out then. So full Satanic Panic. Grease 2 comes out then. You know who you are. Tron, Conan the Barbarian, Creep Show, uh, The Secret of Nim comes out then. Like, it is just chock full of films. And so it's the cultural references that we're all going to be able to make and the jokes. That is the lifeblood. Um, as well as being able to uh, it's kind of weird saying this, but Apollo really wants to see Persephone grow up and be there for her and make sure that she's okay. So like I'm interested to see how that relationship goes through what is going to be the most interesting of growing pains, and how that gets set up as we go through the 80s. Oh, good God, Persephone's growing up in the 80s.
She's 14 next session. She's puberty.
She's going to be 16.
She is.
Heaven have mercy.
Well, we don't play in 1984. We skipped to 1985.
She'll be
17.
She will be 17 then.
Oh, look, a really annoying movie comes out in around then.
There's a lot of movies.
But when I think,
There's a lot of movies in the 80s.
there is indeed. But
So yeah, no, there's that. I also agree with Katie. Like, how are the artists going to respond with the media? Because boy, yeah, there's some negative portrayals, a lot of misinformation, and especially with vampires around this time.
It sure
Like,
is.
The number of differing opinions on what vampires can do, what they can't do.
I'm sure it's part of a vampire misinformation campaign.
It is all like varied and different, and I am totally here for it. I'm also like sickly, just like we know, we know. Like she will have been governor for multiple years. Do not know about any of the laws that were passed when she was representative, but as governor, as someone who lives in Florida, I can tell you that governors can make the lives of the citizens of a state a living hell. And there is a lot that can go awry in the years that Ms. Maxter Smith is in the governor's mansion. So I am here to see what horrors are wreaked. And as for Love Tonight, I have to give nothing but love for the peak pettiness, Trooper, of I'm going to roll breeding to make certain I am not described by the local paper as leaving in a huff. That is beneath me. I am going to make certain that that does not happen.
She cares about her image a lot. She is always thinking about it. That's why she needs to make sure her boys are doing the football. That's important for your image too. That's what boys are there for. That's what your children are there for. To make you look good. Also because you love them. But you know.
Oh, Marta would disagree on both those counts.
At least
I
Martha.
wonder how Marta and Susie would get along in a different
Not.
universe.
And on that terrifying note, thank you all for being here. Whether live, VOD, YouTube, the story is nothing without its audience here. Much a part of this as we are. Thank you all so very much. Take care of yourselves and one another. Pray for us all as we head into 82.
So, thank you again to my fabulous players. Thank you again to my wonderful audience for staying by us through all of these technical difficulties. If there is a die on the screen, I'm going to leave it for this week because of those technical difficulties and issues, the things that happened. I appreciate you all helping out. Hi everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter, or Prax the Bard over on Instagram, Hive, and Blue Sky High. Yeah, I actually do have one of those things. I should pay attention to that. I'm getting better. You can, if you want to support this channel and support the fun things that we do here, there are a couple ways you can do that. Number one, there's a Ko-Fi. All that goes into running the channel, production, all of this stuff. There's also a merch store where there is now Vampires for Nixon merch. And I think we need a patch. We're going into the 80s. We need to make it punk rock. I'm just thinking out loud. Let me know what you think. And all of that goes into wonderful things here. Also, hey, if you missed out on anything and you want to, or the in-tech problems cause some issues, there's a YouTube where all of the VODs will be. And I don't know why that command didn't work. Did I spell everything right? Command, why you no work?
Nightbot has minion animism every couple of minutes.
Yeah, but don't know why that didn't work. So check those out. Support all of those things. We appreciate it. As for me, yeah, it's, well, that should have been a Streamlabs. Okay. That's been slow all night. All right, well, whatever. We'll not worry about it. And anyways, you can look it up on YouTube. It's Proxigo Thesmophoria over on YouTube. And there will be a post up there for this vote. Also, players, I need the list of all of the players who end up in the neighborhood D&D game. I need all of those character names. We'll figure it out. As for me, Hi. You can find me tomorrow with with Trooper and Pope playing some Vampire the Masquerade, Montreal by Night. I'm just going to say that things are going to be interesting. A murder has been requested, a murder has been promised. And people are taking dangerous meetings that are not good ideas. Multiple people. It'll be great. And I've got a 60-40 on whether or not um Dixon goes into a fear frenzy next week. Tomorrow. Got 60-40 on it just because, things might happen that might not work that way. But we should come and hang out. I'm also probably going to try and stream this week a little bit more, do some things because I will have a couple plans but yes, Sunday is 1982 and it is the finale of Arc 2. We're going to take a short break in between arcs for me to set up and deal with world changes to get to Arc 3. But it should be a lot of fun, and I thank you again for supporting this wonderful art house project and all the drama that's come out of it. And just before we leave, we're going to have that little after credits scene similar to what we had last week in the hospital. Yes, Trooper.
Lindy hasn't gone for her.
That's why I was going to Lindy.
Oh.
Because we're going to an after credits scene for Lindy first.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh boy.
I had a plan. So, a week later, a small leather black box with gold paint
Classy.
embellishments, jewelry box, it's domed lid, a little
What kind of leather?
pigskin.
Oh, that's fine.
Human.
No. Fun fact you discover reading a whole lot of old manuscripts from being a classicist. Human skin is not really good for making leather out of. It doesn't...
Better for vellum.
Yes, exactly. It's not good for leather, doesn't...
Deerskin, good leather.
Exactly, doesn't tan well. So...
Don't ask why I know this.
Various reasons. It is a small, slightly bigger than a ring box, little gold latch, tied with a gold and silver ribbon around the top, and a card that just reads, "For my darling sister," in Latin.
Oh, of course. That's what we prefer to converse in. I mean, that whole phone conversation would have been in Latin.
Of course.
Yes. Well, bring it down into the basement. Light up the sconces. And then, open the box.
Inside is a beautiful open cuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and which is beaten flat and inlaid along and it's about maybe an inch and a half wide, right? Just the nice size to be a little bit of weight on your arm. And in the center of the cuff is a etched and in gold and silver, or well, gold and really white gold, filigree, a hunting scene on both sides, and a small, Marta would recognize immediately, coat of arms of her father.
Luca.
Mm-hmm.
The head of the family.
Mm-hmm.
The bearer of the Ardeline name.
And looking at it, because Marta will have time to do so, I will just tell you that the cuff itself is made of gold and white gold, but the coat of arms is a combination of garnets and aquamarines, and that they are anchoring a heavy magic.
Oh.
And a note that's inside the lid of the box, right? Like tucked in,
Mm-hmm.
says, drip some blood, tie to yourself, and enjoy the sunlight once again, my sister.
There's that bit of apprehension because it's been over 4 centuries, um, 5 centuries. It's been a long time, you know. But I mentioned, you know, the Ardeline family has a motto, which is "family is everything." If we were another vampire family, perhaps there might be a suspicion of backstabbing or lies, or this would be a good way to get me to walk out in the sunlight and kill myself. But not in the Ardeline family. They're secure in at least one thing, and that is each other. So I think Marta would, spent the night just examining the necklace or the band. The next night, give it a little blood bath in her own blood, and then that next morning, like, open the window curtain,
And she can enjoy the
not
sunrise and not burn.
not fade away, and then you just hear throughout the neighborhood, 400 years, just a call out. The Gwillums are awoken early.
You do not get full physical benefit. Like there's a minor penalty to
Oh, I'm sure.
vampire physicality in the daylight.
You don't fade away into ash pretty dang quick. That's the benefit.
You don't fade into ash at all as long as you're wearing the cuff. You do have a penalty to fighting, athletics, and what is the other one? Endurance. Indirect sunlight. But you have a bonus to will courage rolls.
Cool.
And this is what you get for opening and engaging with the country that's or continent really that has been researching a lot of this stuff for a variety of reasons.
For a variety of reasons. Look, it's important to do research. This has been like there's some poor alchemist chained to a wall somewhere that's been working on this for too long, and it's fine because look, it paid off eventually. So yeah, that's delightful. So you'll be seeing Marta soon.
And that's going to lead me into, hey, Lindy, what are you doing?
Hi. Yes. My goodness. What were the questions? I mean, love. I have a lot of love to give.
Well, give your love, and then what are you looking forward to in the 80s?
What am I looking forward to in the 80s? I'm looking forward to seeing Persephone go through the trials and tribulations of teenagehood. With cousin, or probably Aunt Marta, because I don't think Marta would be okay being called cousin Marta, by Persephone, her great granddaughter at this point, generationally speaking. And unleashing Marta into broad daylight for the first time in centuries. I don't think the world is ready. The world wasn't ready for her to emerge, with late night stores and things in the 80s, but they're definitely not ready for her for daylight, so it'll be fun. Maybe the family will get outed at some point due to this. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's me, Laugh Love Lindy. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, the D&D group. Next session's just gonna be us playing our characters, playing their characters, right? We're gonna play just crack open D&D 1E, make character sheets, and we're gonna roll dice as our characters rolling dice, and it's just gonna be gameception. Find me online at Laugh Love Lindy. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. If it's a social media, I'm probably on it as Laugh Love Lindy, regardless of how often I check it or not. Yeah, you can find me next. You'll find me here next week for 1982. And you'll find me next tomorrow night on my channel for the new batch, our Mondays in Exandria's game, where we are playing Critical Role Call of the Netherdeep, and we are making the best life decisions. And it's fine. And we are not worried at all about any of our decisions or assassins. On Tuesday, we will be back with our Stargate Flames of Hope. I think we only have 3 more episodes left before we're done with that season. We're not sure if it's coming back, but we'll say season, as I have hope. And Trooper will be a guest, a delightful guest, and is in the super secret Stargate chat with our Gate Master. And I'm sure very exciting things will happen. What? I don't know, but they're going to be exciting, I'm sure. And then Wednesday, we had to take last week off because some people weren't feeling well. Backs were spasming, schedules were abhorrent, but people are feeling better now. We'll be down 1 player, but we will be back with Below the Land of Fire, Call of Cthulhu, where they found something shiny that washed up on the beach, and I'm sure it'll be fine. And they're looking into some missing people and a submarine, and other boats have gone missing in the area, and I've got great boat names, so you should definitely check that out. If you like puns at the very least, and horror and loss of sanity, because all of the above will probably be happening on Wednesday. And dressed up penguins. If you like penguins, you'll love Wednesday night. And then, of course, on Friday for the Traveler on Trooper's channel, where I'm making the best life decisions there, impersonating the captain of our ship because we didn't have Rocket Fox on Friday. And someone had to answer the comms, and it was me. That's me.
Indeed. Love.
Oh my gosh, my love! I love everything about you guys. I
Always
really
do.
enjoyed Apollo and Persephone working on the car. I thought that was just freaking adorable. I also found it interesting. Bo, the sports news reporter. That was fun. A fun little glimpse into yet another member of the Gwillem family and the new established lore of any given event. There are always at least 3 Gwillems. I really enjoyed Louise having that little conversation with Masters. I just see a budding friendship there, and it's beautiful. There may have been a generational rift between certain members, but it looks like there's going to be some mending of that. Maybe someone will at least get the benefit of, the ancestral land that someone, Peter, worked really hard to get. And I think that's.
But you could just tell Susie about it, and then she could use it. I don't know why you keep saying no. She's a very friendly person.
Her stuff says otherwise because I'm another, and their whole family is others, and she doesn't know. But it's fine, and she's gonna have to die soon. But yeah, and let's see what else. Susie. Oh, Susie. Such a are you sure you didn't want to name her Karen? Because it was right there. I think it would be. I think I would not want to run into Susie at a Dillard's or any department store in the area because I would be judged and shamed. Maybe not Opal because she has status, but if I was an other or a pleb,
Hexes are really easy to do, by the way. Just you don't have to do a big ritual for that. You can just do a quick little hex, but people upset you.
I've got specific words. Yeah. So I just love the absolute Karen that Susie brings to the table. Sometimes every soap opera needs a Karen, and that is our Susie for now. But I can't wait to see Masters come up because I think he's just going to be so different than his mother and so sweet. And of course, just love for the neighborhood, and all hail the Iron Fog. I don't know what's going on behind there exactly, but it sounds like only good things, and I'm looking forward to that day as a member of the undead. I think we'll be fine. So yeah, we're fine. Persephone, we'll have to see. We haven't told them about Persephone yet for obvious reasons. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. That's me. That's my love.
And I appreciate every bit of it. And like I said, come see me tomorrow over on Wandering DM. Come hang out here again on Sunday for 1982. And if my players want to have a D&D Inception game, I will pull out THACO rules and I will pull out one D&D to run this game for you all. Trooper looks very happy at this. I have done this, y'all. It would not be the first time. But thank you again for hanging in with us. Thank you again for being here. And I just want to say there are lots of interesting things going on in this neighborhood, y'all. Have yourselves a pleasant evening.
Hey everyone, this is Casper Gwillem, NASCAR racing champion. No matter